Good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Shweta Katyal, research scholar at Amity School of Communication, Amity University, Noida, welcome you all to the last day of the workshop on research project writing and data analysis. In the previous week, we secured knowledge on a lot of topics, starting from how the research journey begins to title drafting, literature review, research methods, data analysis, use of platforms such as SPSS. Today, we will be learning about another most important aspect of research process, the research ethics and avoiding plagiarism, issues encountered by researchers, and lastly, referencing and citation techniques. There will be in total 3 sessions today, followed by a validatory ceremony. I hereby invite the first speaker of the day, Professor Dr. Purna Prasad Sharma. Sir is currently associated with Gedu College of Business Studies, Royal University of Bhutan since January 2013. He has more than 20 years of teaching experience in different colleges in India and Bhutan. He possesses experience of teaching, accountancy, and finance to the students of undergraduate and postgraduate levels. And he has also published numerous research papers at the national and international referred journals. He has also earned his credentials in terms of resourcing international conferences in India and Bhutan. Convener and chair of International Research Workshop and Conference held in Gedu, Bhutan. Editor of the college journal, Bhutan Journal of Business and Management, and editor of the book, Rural Development in Bhutan. Besides teaching, he has been actively involved in teaching research methodology, supervising research students, taking consultancy projects at the companies and ministry levels, and designing syllabus for BCom and MBA curriculum. He is very much keen to undertake research projects on microfinance, financial inclusion, financial literacy, and other accounting and finance related subjects. Today, he will be covering insights about common problems encountered by researchers and possible solutions to them. I welcome you, sir. It is hereby an honor for all of us to hear from you today. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Sweta, for a wonderful introduction. I'm much delighted, and it's my fortunate that I am there with one more association today called Amity University, Noida. At the outset, I would like to thank all the members who have been involving day and night to organize this program. I feel fortunate enough to be the part of this program. Though I may not be a much valuable asset for you today, but what I can see for my contribution today is that though I'm going to contribute a little thing today, but they are very significant in terms of research, I believe. So first of all, I welcome all of you, the organizing team and the participants from the land of gross national happiness. Bhutan is a very small landlocked country with just 7 lakh plus population. Within 8 lakh population we have, and we have only the gross national happiness has been coined by the fourth king of Bhutan, and this global research for among the Western countries nowadays. So let me know if I'm disturbed, because now hailstones are there outside. I do not know whether I'm quite audible or not. So I welcome once again. Let me share my screen first. Is it visible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Madam has already introduced me, so I will not go further again. So today, my topic would be, my small topic for this session would be the common problems encountered by students or researchers in doing research with some probable solutions. There may be some other n number of solutions for that, but I'll not be discussing everything on that. Whatever I've confronted here in my college, Gedu College of Business Studies, Royal University of Bhutan, while doing the research with my students at undergraduate and postgraduate level, and what kind of problems they have confronted with, and in the meantime, what are the probable solutions we give it to them. Though these problems are not the exhaustive list, but I'll be explaining so far what I have experienced here. so that this can be disseminated to my other research scholar, and which can be beneficial for them as well. So as far as my presentation outlines are concerned today, they are the one. So basically, we will start with the common steps in the research process. It's a very common phenomena every research scholar should be knowing. But at the end, we find some of the mistakes in between committed by the students. What are the various mistakes in following the research process? That from that point I'll be starting with, and followed by the hypothesis. So we teach the concept of hypothesis inside the class, but at times our students get confused whether the setting of hypothesis is a compulsory phenomena or is it optional. So there we get lots of questions. Then we tend to give some kind of probable solution for that. Then a very important one is preparing questionnaire data on the SPSS. So what we tell our students is that, okay, you try to feed the data in the SPSS, and once you feed the data into SPSS, they directly jump into the analyses. So many a time, the data what they will enter are very raw data, and they forget to clean, and they come up with the final project with us. And when we see the table, at times we find lots of mistakes. So we have to go back once again and tell them, okay, they are the mistakes. You have forgotten to clean the data. So you have to clean and come back again with us. So this is the thing. And another important part I'll be touching upon is called measurement of variables. They forget maintaining same level of scales for all research dimensions. So what happens actually is that, so we know that when we enter the data, we have different scales of measurement. And then some dimensions, we have some type of items also. Let's say one dimension is having 10 items, and within that 10 items, if I have 2 or 3 negative questions, then at the end our students tend to forget to bring them into the same scale. This is a very important phenomena, and everywhere I've seen. Then later part I'll be touching on choosing an appropriate statistical tools for analyzing the data. So based on the data type, what we have covered, what we have in our questionnaire, so we can decide, we can understand what kind of statistical tools can be used based on the data type. So our students, what they do is that they see their colleagues, they see their fellow mates, and at times they tend to use those statistical tools what their friends are using. So it may not be the case. So that things I'll be explaining. If time permits, then I'll be sharing some kind of findings from my university funded project. Recently, we have applied in the university on project. We got the project, and then we together we have finished this project, and all the sequences what I'm going to explain here we have used in that. And then that experience I want to share if there is any time for that. Basically, at the end, last part only, I would like to see how we have asked our students to follow the recommendation, how to write the recommendations in the research paper based on the data analysis. This is what I'm touching upon. So let me just touch upon. I will run faster because this is a very common phenomena. So when we say common steps in research process, we know, all of us, we know that we start with defining the research problem or the problem statement. So when the students, they come in our class, especially in my class, what I say to my students is that what you intend to study is your research problem. This is my one-line definition of my research problem. So there are so many variations are there in terms of defining the problem. I think that for important to start with, for the novice researcher, what you intend to study is a research problem. That we say to our students, to your mind, where from you try to find out. First of all, it should be coming into your brain. Okay, let me explore this one. But again, how you are thinking, what is the baseline from where you are thinking that, okay, you want to start with that. Therefore, in the second case, we ask them, why don't you go to the review of literature? The country like Bhutan, where we have very scanty literatures in any matters you can take, lots of scopes are there in terms of Bhutan in doing research. So many a times since the literatures are very scanty, so we are developing on the global perspective literatures. So lot many things are there. So therefore we ask them, why not you go and review the literature, available literature, then come to us again. So when they review the literature, basically we give three elements. We give priorities. Once we say that you try to start reading the global literature first, what is happening all around, you try to study on that, then come to specific, that is Bhutan. If there are something in Bhutan, try to relate that specific literature with the global literature, try to find out what is happening. And at the same time, you try to find out the latest literature. This is a very usual phenomenon nowadays. Most of the research paper now, even in this contemporary world, we find that people tend to review the very old literatures. So for any kind of study, if the literatures are reviewed, which are very old type, that may not be much viable at the present context, So for example, let's say any kind of perception study, perception of the people changes very fast at a faster rate. So yesterday people have said something, today they may say something else. Therefore, under that circumstances, if I am going to review the very old literature, and if I am going to cite based on that literature, then that may not be a very significant contribution in terms of literature from my side. So that we say to our students, second thing. Third, we go and say, okay, just try to understand the hypothesis now. You try to formulate the hypothesis. We teach them to formulate the hypothesis. Then we tell them, okay, like, do not think that this hypothesis setting is a very compulsory phenomena in research. It's all depend upon what type of research you are carrying on. Based on your type of research, you have to set the hypothesis. For example, if I'm giving a very descriptive type of studies where I'm just describing the phenomena, just I'm describing the character of the of any phenomena. Under that circumstances, since I'm describing only the phenomena, I may not be setting the hypothesis. So we will tell this very clearly to our students inside the class. Then at the end we say that, okay, but there are some other studies, for example, exploratory type of studies. Sorry, for example, experimental test, lab tests are there. Under COVID-19 kind of situation, like lots of vaccines are being coming up. So every time research are being done on that. One vaccine is working, other vaccine is working to the extent of 70% efficacy. The last vaccine is working on the efficacy of 80%. Now the novel vaccine is coming up. So continuously they have to do the research. Under that kind of test, we tell our students that, okay, you have to have the hypothesis setting also. Then we go and tell them, okay, you select the research design now, data. Please tell us whether you are relying on primary data or secondary data. Please tell us which kind of data, where from you are carrying on. Okay, we try to see that, okay, like they are not going completely away with the population, and then measurement skills we tell them, and at the end we tell them, okay, try to find out with the statistical tools also. Okay. Then come to carry out the research. Then we say that, okay, now you carry out practically after teaching all these things in case of our Bhutan. What we do is that one full series them this research design, research methodology, and then while teaching this one, they have to develop some proposal, and the same proposal they have to carry out in terms of doing research in the next semester. So therefore, in the first semester, we teach all this concept, and the second time we see that, okay, in the second semester, now the second semester is going on, and especially planning design. Then of course interpret the results. It will be going to come after 1 week based on the data you to discuss it to and come with the interpretation. And then second last, we say report the research findings to us. First of all, they have to report to us, and at the end we also help our students to go not in the big platform, in the common platform, in the college journal, in the university journal, and the late. And not very continuous phenomena. We have to understand this one very, very nice, especially in my context. I am in the field from finance. So most of the time what I'm doing is that financial literacy, perception of financial literacy among people I'm doing. And I already told you, this perception keeps on changing in every now and then. So therefore, if one research today I have done, and after some time it may be obsolete. So therefore I have to repeat. So these kind of things we tell our students, and then we teach the research. Then common mistakes what we find, because this is the main thing what I want to discuss today. So common mistakes, after teaching all these things, what are the common mistakes we find and what are the probable solution we give it to them is this one. At times we find vague research problem. Research problem is very, very vague, very, very unclear. They do not know where they want to go. So they are not specific, they're very, very general research topic they have come up with. So at times then we tell what are the solution we give it to them. We say, okay, how much time you have? Let's say in one semester, hardly 3 to 4 months, you are getting to complete one small research project. And then some resources also will be there. Some resource implication will be there in terms of money. So whatever you will, then they say that, okay, no, it's not able to answer it. Then we ask them why you narrow it down. This is the main problem we find in the research problem. Then objectives and research questions do not match with the defined problem. This is very, very, very usual phenomena. In problem statement, they say something, and when we read their objectives, when they read the research questions, they are not matching with them. So we tell them, okay, like, first of all, you should know your problem, what you intend to study, you should be very, very clear. And after that, based on that only, you should be deciding your questions and the objectives. Then often confused with the research objectives and questions. These are very big things, even in the MBA level also. They come and ask, is it compulsory to set both the objectives and the research questions? So for the novice researcher, we say that, okay, not necessary. One is enough. Viable in my case, I would like to see more of research questions, because research questions are very, very specific, and it is very easy to answer. Every time you want to answer something, you please see the research questions and try to answer on that, so that you'll not be deviating on that. This is the solution we give it. Then research objectives and questions are adjusted in between. This is a very, very not very common in college level, university level, but also very, very common among the paper writers, among the research scholars also. Like when we start with one thing, at the end we do not get our intended result, then we tend to change our objectives. Please do not do that, because once you are there with the intended objectives, then you have to dig it out, that part only. Because I know, after reading the literature, I have understood that, okay, these are the problems I have to define. These are the problems I have to address. These are the questions I have to address for the probable solutions, and I have to stick on that. So it is not advisable in between to adjust any research questions or objectives in that matter. Okay, and when we say objectives are just basically described in the paragraph format. So at times it will not give you the clear picture. Under that circumstances, if you are able to go with each research question, very, very specific questions, then you'll be able to get the accurate answer. Then many a times they forget to understand or consider. So whenever topics comes to us, it's a very general, and we feel that the topic which they are supposed to complete within a period of, let's say, 3 months, let's say. So that situation, you have to define the scope, otherwise you'll not be able to do it. One very common problems we find with regard to population specific errors. Now everything is defined. People are ready to go and collect the data, but at the time of perhaps choosing the wrong. Here one example. I told try to offer financial literacy among women folk in Bhutan, because financial literacy level is very poor in Bhutan. As a whole, it is very, very low in case of developing countries, also including India. But here we want to understand, since we are living in matrilineal society, most of the women folk, I wanted to understand what is the financial literacy level of the women folk. So this is our intention. But at the end, what we found is that when they have covered the population for research study, we found that they have covered the general public. So this is what should not be done. It so you when you are end up with your with wrong population, when you are supposed to have some set of population for your some kind of error. So please do not do that. Then we have creating and giving wrong sampling frame. People do not know how to choose the sampling frame. Sampling frame is a kind of list of the individuals you want to note it down before you draw the sample out of that. So before you know your to whom you therefore you want to draw the list. So list one by one list you draw. This list may be based on individual, maybe based on geography, maybe based on other framework. But once you draw the sampling frame, accurate sampling frame, then out of that sampling frame, whatever samples you're going to draw would be accurate enough to draw the authenticate result. But at times what happens, your sampling frame is wrong. So when your sampling frame consists of those population, those lists where you do not want to go for the survey. Therefore, the sample what you are going to draw may not be a representative one. Under that situation, you always tend to get the wrong result. So be careful on that. Now, this one is very important, choosing between scheduling and online questionnaire. Of course, nowadays it's very, very famous. We have online questionnaire. It has its own drawbacks. But in case of Bhutan, the study which I'm carrying out, most of the time, this online questionnaire, I cannot go. Frankly speaking, I cannot follow online question. Let me tell you why. Because scheduling is a method from where I want to have my setup questionnaire, and I will fix my enumerators. I give trainings to my enumerators how to draw the questions, how to collect the data, and I ask them, or along with me, I'll go to the field and collect the data. This is basically when applicable when I'm targeting the low literate people, because online questionnaire will not work for the low literate people. For the village people who are working in the who are residing in very far flung areas where they don't where they don't know about the online questionnaire concept. So therefore, under scheduling, what I do is that I go to them, I ask questions. If possible, I translate all the technical language into the local language. I ask them whatever questions they gave, the answer they gave, I rewrite into my questionnaire, I come back. So this is what scheduling. So most of the time, what happens, people get confused about choosing scheduling an online questionnaire. So in case of Bhutan, we read the topic very carefully. We see the target population, which target population they are targeting on. Are they illiterate or they are literate enough? Are they accessible or not? Based on that, we tell them that, okay, you go with this scheduling or online questionnaire. But scheduling at many times, though it is time consuming, though it is and resource wise it is time consuming, and then money wise also it is taking much more money, but there's a high chance that you're going to get the authentic data, and there is a high chance that you're going to reduce the subjectivity out when you collect the data out of this scheduling method. Then third problem comes in the case of formulating hypotheses. We teach them what is hypothesis. A very layman perspective, we tell them that it's a kind of the literature. Once you have once you have found out your intention, that okay, I'm going to find out, I'm going to do research on this one. Then at times while reading the literature, when you read the literature, you also read their findings. When at times you see that when their findings may be matching with your findings also, may match with your finding also. Under that circumstances, you tend to draw some kind of guesswork. Either you're going to that side or this side. So this is a kind of guesswork. Then we teach them so basis for formulating hypothesis. So there are so many lists for that. These lists are not the exhaustive list, but basically what we find is that review of specific literature is the core area from where you can create the hypothesis. When you read literature again and again, then you try to understand the gap, find the knowledge gap, find the findings, then some kind of gap you'll try to find out, then from there you'll be able to understand what your research is in which side your research is going out. Then second one is very important, pilot survey. When not enough literatures are available in the market with regard to your topic, under that situation, to understand the market norm, so I usually prefer to going with the pilot survey. So when I go with the pilot survey with minimum of 25, 30, 40 samples, then at times I'll be able to find out what is the norms of the market, and that norms will become a baseline for me to think about my hypothesis, to formulate my hypothesis. And next, we have interviews with the key personnel. So this is very important again when you don't have any enough literature. Let me give some kind of example. 2 3 years back, some of our students group, they came to us and they said that, okay, we want to study on significance of some of the national dress in Bhutan. There is a national dress called kira. So kira is a women wear basically, and this is very expensive wear by the women folk in India, sorry, in Bhutan. And then they want to find out what is the significance, why this is not spreading so much in terms of national dress as it is supposed to be. Maybe because of it is expensive, maybe because they are not supposed to be affordable by the major chunk of population. So that kind of thing they wanted to study. Then I said, okay, why don't we have some kind of literature on that? When you try to see the literature, nothing was there, not even a single literature we found that time with regard to this particular dress. Therefore, under that situation, what we are supposed to do it? Then we say that, okay, let us try to catch hold of weavers. There are some weavers, like in the village areas, and these weavers are weaving and they are selling. So we thought that, okay, let us try to take the interview from these people, and based on this interview, we can go with some kind of qualitative study on that, and we did that one. So this is what actually when you have interviewed the people, you try to understand their norms, and these norms have really helped us in setting the hypothesis again. Likewise, there are so many other things also are there. Then common mistakes, again, I'm coming up with the common mistakes with regard to hypothesis. What we very often we get it. Consider hypothesis setting as compulsory part of research. This is the major mistakes our students, they feel that any type of study, the moment you are carrying out research, they think that, like, no, we have to set the hypothesis and then let us go and test the hypothesis. I already told you that it's all depend upon the type of study what you are carrying out. Based on the type of study, you decide whether you are supposed to set the hypothesis or you are not supposed to set the hypothesis. For any kind of exploratory study, for any kind of descriptive study, please do not set for any hypothesis. They are not required also, because you are just describing the character, you are just describing the phenomena what they are. You don't have any control over that. Whatever they are appearing for, in the same appearance, you are deciding, you are writing their phenomena, their existence. That's all. If in a class, if there are, let's say, 40% male and 50% 40% male and 60% female are there, you are just describing, that's all. 40% in a class of particular HRM section, 40% male are there and 60% female are there as a student. That's all. You're just describing. You're not supposed to test anything on that. So therefore, under that situation, you're not supposed to set the hypothesis. For any kind of other study, lab test, exploratory, experimental type of study, yes, you may be going for setting the hypothesis. The other theory of setting hypothesis, it says that based on the statistical tools also. If you are following descriptive statistics, mean, mode, median, and frequency and standard deviation type, then you may not be setting the hypothesis. But on the other hand, if you are thought to go with the inferential statistics, let's say, when we say inferential statistics, then we may be talking about correlation, regression, chi-square, t-test, all those things. Under that situation, any kind of inferential statistics you would like to follow or formulate the hypothesis. The second major thing what we get here is that hypotheses are set to prove and not to test. So it's a very one kind of blunder we have seen here. So our students, they take very seriously about hypotheses, and they run after proving them. So please do not prove the hypothesis. They are supposed to test it. Proving means you are moving your research into one direction. You are just proving, that's all. Nothing. Testing basically is there. Do you have something in your mind, and to whether it is right or wrong, you want to test it. That's all. It may be right, it may be wrong. That's why before research, you are guessing something, and this guesswork may be right, this may be wrong. Since you are guessing before your actual research, now you try to collect the data, and then after collection of data, you try to analyze, and based on the analysis, you get the result. And after getting the result, you'll be able to validate your theory to test it, not to prove it. This is what one more phenomena I have seen it. Now I'm going into other phenomena exactly a little bit touch I'll be giving on the preparation of data on the SPSS, preparing questionnaire data on the SPSS. Nowadays, of course, online questions are there where you have a control over respondents to provide the data in terms of like a scale. This question may not come, but in case of our context Bhutan, where most of the time we go to the field and we ask people, we get the data, and then under that circumstances, since we get data in the paper form, either we have to enter in the Excel and the SPSS. And when we enter the data in the SPSS, many times what happens actually is that we tend to enter the wrong data. Okay. So therefore, how to check those errors? How to check those errors? There are so many ways. So many ways. One of the simplest ways is through frequencies. So since I'm not doing and not showing any kind of SPSS here, so this is the pathway basically. In your SPSS, once you enter the data, demographic data and Likert scale data basically, then what you do is that whether you have entered the data correctly or not, to check that, you take the help of frequency. So you have to go to analyze, go to descriptive statistics, and go to frequencies. You run the frequency of Likert scale data. So, and then most mistakes are most common in the Likert scale data only. Like this, our experience says that. Okay, I will show you one more thing here. I will show you one more thing. This is the mistake. Okay, so this is the question. One of the questions I have asked based on the Likert scale, and Likert, there were 5-point Likert scale: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then one missing value was there. Can you see here? 999. The researcher has pointed as 999. But suddenly you can see there are two respondents, frequency. You can see two respondents. They are 11 and 55. In our Likert scale, there was no scale called 11 and 55. It was only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's the missing value. It is 999. That's all. But suddenly I can see that 11 and 55 is appearing. This is the mistake. And without rectifying such kind of mistakes, if you directly jump into the analysis part section, then you will end up getting very subjective result. Therefore, this needs to be checked out. This needs to be checked out thoroughly. How to check it out? So it's very common thing. Ethically, you have to go. So any kind of unethical issues, please do not follow. I will tell you what people are doing also. One more, but it's all depend upon you whether you follow or not. But basically, what I tell our students that you rectify, go with the edit with the help of actual questionnaire. Now you know that you have actual questionnaire with you, and that in that particular question you try to visit and then try to edit. So why this 11 and 55 have come? Mainly because you wanted to enter 1, but by mistake it has entered 11, or maybe you wanted to enter 5, or by mistake it has entered 55. It is very usual practice here. It may happen like that. Therefore, under that circumstances, what you can do is that since you have the actual questionnaire with you, so you can go back to the questionnaire, go to that questions and see what number they have found out. There are only 3 possibilities. Either it is 1 or 5 or missing value. If the missing value is there, go with the 999 or 999 or 9 or whatever you say, or then otherwise you go edit accordingly. Second is that you edit through edit button by placing the missing values 9 or 99 or 999 if there is no questionnaire. So at times what happens, there is no questionnaire, you tend to lose your questionnaire, then that figure may be treated as missing value. Okay, this is what I wanted to tell you. But one more practice, common practice among the people I have seen, among the researchers I have seen, is that what they do, which so to some extent it is right also. For let's say there are 100 respondents, and for that particular questions where we have wrongly entered 55 or 11, so what they do is that excluding that of 1155, they take the average. They take the average of all the 100 respondents, and whatever average they get out of 1 to 5 scale, and that place that point they will get. Let's say they get 4.3, so they place it 4, something like that. So they also do that, but it's all depend upon you whether you do that way or not. But if in my case, I would like to go, since I have a questionnaire with me, I would like to go with the questionnaire. If not, better to treat as the missing values. But again, let me tell you, if there are too many missing values, then again, your respondent size will be reducing. That is not at all good. Then we can think of doing whatever I have shown so far. Then another part before you go to the analysis part, maintaining the same scales for all items. You want to maintain the same scales for all the items. This is very, very important, because many researchers, they don't take care of this one, I have seen. So you have to find out. So what you do is that check whether questionnaire, especially in the Likert scale, consists of any negatively worded questions. So now in questionnaire, when you check your data instrument, you may have some dimensions, you may have some items, whatever it may be. Many of us, we go with the dimensions with certain items, and many of us, we go directly with the items also. No issue at all, whatever you follow in that, okay? But thing is that, let's say one particular dimension I have, and under the dimensions, I have 10 items, means 10 questions are there. And these 10 questions, out of these 10 questions, I have 2 questions which are negatively worded. So what happens when I ask these questions to my respondents in terms of obtaining the data from them, my scale becomes same. 1 become strongly disagree, and 5 become strongly agree, both for negative and positive questions. So when you think it logically, the scales are not same, because strongly agree has been given for both positive and negative items also. Under that situations, when you get the responses, then better you change the negative questions into change the scale of negative questions into positive. So in the SPSS, there is a rule in that. Okay, it is called recode, and go to transform, recode into different variables. So when you have transform and recode into different variables, you will get that pathway, and from there, all the negative worded questions you can change into positively worded questions. And once you change these 2 questions which are negative, now all the 10 questions you have are in the same scales of measurement. And when you are having the same scales of measurement questions, then it will be very easy for you to go ahead and analyze the data. Because when this kind of small things, when you take care, so at the later part, when you are going to obtain the result, there are many advantages. First of all, you have done the right thing, and second, that the outcome, the result, what you tend to get out of this would be authentic, and you can very well defend from within your supervisor also. So this is what I wanted to say. The next, then of course, this is a very common phenomenon, all of us we know, but 1 or 2 things I would like to highlight here. Preparing check internal reliability. The validity part I'm not touching today, only the reliability part I'm touching. So once you do that, you check the internal reliability of the items in the questionnaire. Basically, there are some saying, when you borrow questions, when you adopt questions from the secondary sources, direct adoption. So they say that you may not be running the internal reliability, because internal reliability might have already checked by then. But in our case, since I already told you in the beginning that in Bhutan, lots of scopes are there for the research in every field. Therefore, not much research has been conducted so far. So therefore, every time you have to rely on the international resource, international secondary source. So whenever we are adopting some kind of questionnaire, we have to adopt, of course, we cannot adopt first of all, because the culture is not matching, and we have to contextualize. So any kind of questions, we try to set it out, we try to adopt it. by default, we try to contextualize in the case of Bhutan, right? So therefore, when we try to contextualize in the case of Bhutan, we tend to change the items in the dimension, item in the questionnaire. When we change, we'd like to go for reliability. So we want to see whether the items inside each dimensions are internally connected or not. For that, we basically go with reliability. And one more thing, I have seen people, they run the reliability after collecting all the final data. It may be wrong. It may be wrong. You can do that way also, but basically when you want to test the reliability for the new questionnaire, you go with the pilot survey. Say 30 questions are there with you, 30 answers are there with you, answered by the respondents. And based on that 30, you try to check the internal reliability. And once you are satisfied with the Cronbach alpha of 0.7 and higher, then you can say that, okay, this is reliable. But one more thing I would like to say here, that though we say the Cronbach alpha of 0.7 is higher, sorry, 0.7 and higher than 0.7 is valid. This is true, but there are literatures which says that even the Cronbach alpha value of 0.5 up to 0.7 is also acceptable. Okay, so then we try to dig it out the literature. We cannot simply say that. We try to dig it out the literature. Then there are some very good literatures out there which says that when you have less items in your dimensions, let's say one particular dimension I am having, under that dimension I have very less items. So there is always a high chance that I'll be getting my Cronbach alpha less than 0.7. What is less? Less means less than 10. Okay, I will show you at the later part also here. So then I will quickly run into now second last part, choosing an appropriate statistical tools for analyzing of the data. So based on my data type, based on my scales of measurement, I'll be choosing the data. So before I go into that, I have to understand the 4 basic scales. Again, this is a kind of repetitive thing for many of you, but let us try to just highlight once. When we say define levels of measurement of each of the variables, we talk about variables. And when we talk about variables, we have 4 types: nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio scale. When we say nominal, all of us, we understand that it is used for labeling the variables without any quantitative value. For example, if I ask what is your gender, answer I may get not in terms of 1 and 2, but in terms of male and female. If I'm asking, are you happy? Answer is yes or no. If I'm asking what is the color of your hair, black, brown, and gray, such kind of things comes under the nominal scale. So this is the lowest level of scale. And one drawback of this lower scale is that we cannot order. We cannot order this one. For example, male may come first, female may come second, or female may come first, male may come second. Likewise, you have yes or no and no and yes. There is no specific order in that. Black, brown, and gray in order, in any order you can set. So there is no specific order. We cannot define order into that. So first of all, they are not in quantitative. Second, they are not in order. This is the type of data we get, and they are called nominal or categorical variables, whatever you say. Then second one, bit higher level, higher than the nominal, we are saying ordinal. The data values are ordered, but the differences between each one is not really known. So here, unlike your nominal scale where order was not known, here order is known. How do you feel happy? If I say very unhappy, unhappy, okay, happy, and very happy, then somehow some order we can see here. Okay, but one of the drawbacks what I see here is that if I ask questions to some of you, what is the difference between very unhappy and unhappy? This difference cannot be defined here. I cannot say that there is a 5% difference, 7% difference, or 10% difference, or what may be in terms of percentage or whole number, whatever you say, you cannot define. So this is the main problem. But yes, order is there, but differences in the order is not known. And the most common example is Likert scale data. Let us go to the one more higher level data here called interval scales data. So they are numeric scales in which we know not only the order, we know the order. Can you see the example of clock? 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they are in order, first of all, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then difference between the order also is known. Difference between 12 to 1 and 1 to 2 is 1 hour, that we know. But another difficulties here is that the actual zero is not defined. The zero, it does not have the true zero. So what are the common mistakes our students they do here in terms of theory writing, in terms of research, is that they are failed to understand What do you mean by does not have any true zero? So we say that interval scales does not have a zero. Zero cannot be used in its natural sense here. For example, temperature of, if I say temperature of 0 degree, temperature of 0 degree does not mean that there is no temperature at all. Rather, it means that the temperature has gone into freeze. It's going to be freezing now. Okay. So therefore, zero cannot be defined in its natural sense. What do you mean? What I mean to say natural sense here is that if I say to you that I have a zero money, yes, I have actually zero money, means I have no money at all. This is what I am using zero in its natural sense. But in our interval scales, we cannot use zero as a natural sense, because if I say zero temperature, I mean to say that yes, I cannot say that there is complete absence of temperature. Rather, the temperature is there and freezing point at freezing point. And the last type, we have ratio scale. Is the highest level scales is there. Everything about interval data applies to ratio scales, plus it has a clear definition of zero. Okay, it has the order, and difference between the order is known, and it has a zero also. Example, I have zero money means I have no money. Okay, examples are height and weight. Any kind of height and weight, you can say 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches. We can say there is a difference also between 2 inches and 3 inches. And if I say 0 inches, means there is no height at all. Zero means zero only. So such kind of things comes under ratio scale. Now, based on this only, we'll try to find out the statistical tools. Before that, is a very common thing I like, and then I thought maybe I'll share with you. Any kind of data what you have today with you, okay, collected data, and then with that data, with each data you ask, are these data ordered? Okay, if the answer is no, for example, you have collected the gender data, and you have to say that no, the gender cannot be ordered. That means gender is a nominal data. And then if the answer is coming yes, they are ordered, and ask one more question, that are they equally spaced? Are the differences between these two known? If the answer is no, then you have ordinal data. For example, very happy and happy, unhappy. They are in order. Yes, they are ordered, equally spaced. Yes, but the differences between happy and unhappy is not known. So therefore, they are ordinal data. And one more thing is that if I ask if they equally spaced, answer is no means ordinal. If answer is yes, then ask one more question. Is zero can be used in its natural sense? Is zero can be used in its natural sense? If the answer is no, zero cannot be used, like the temperature I have shown. Okay, this is called interval scales. And at last, if zero can be defined like the height and weight I have shown, then yes, they are a ratio scale. So when you see nominal as the lowest level of scale, and the ratio scale is the highest level of scale. Based on this, now we can see here is some of the statistical test what you can perform if you have ratio scale data with you. So maximum statistical tools, things you can perform: mode, median, mean, frequency distribution, everything you can perform. But when you come to lower scale level, then you see when you have nominal data, you cannot calculate mean. For example, gender. What is the value of calculating mean? But please be mindful that when you enter the data into SPSS and ask SPSS to calculate mean value of gender, then it will calculate. But as a researcher, please don't show this kind of data where you want to show that there are 2.3 men and 3.5 female, something like that. So it's very blunder. We have seen once at the undergraduate level here also. So when you have nominal data with you, very minimum functions you can perform. So now the statistical test I'm coming up. Okay, I'm there with another 10 minutes now. Okay, I'll try to wind up. Fine, I know the time. Some statistical tests based on the data what I have explained just now to you. Again, they are not the exhaustive list. I have not done very great research here, but some of the tools, by following very basic norms, I would like to follow, I have been following here. So some of the statistical tests, when you see the research questions, basically, when to complete your research project, when you find the research questions, they are typically phrased into 3 formats. Okay, in some research paper, they wanted to find out the differences in the mean. What are the various differences in the mean? Are they significant? Is the mean difference are significant? They want to find that one. And a few things they want to find out is establishing relationship kind of questions. What is the relationship between sales and profit, for example, like that? Or then predicting in nature. If I'm going to enhance my volume of advertising, I could see that enhancement of sales in the future, something like that, predicting. So in these three formats, you'll find the research questions. So based on this, if you have the research questions with you where you try to find out the difference in the mean, I have seen most of the people, they find t-test. T-test for two groups of people, ANOVA for more than two groups, having ordinal scale data, if you have to have ordinal scale data. Okay. Then next, establishing relationship. If you have relationship type questions with interval, ordinal, or ratio level variables, then follow Spearman or Pearson correlation. But if relationship questions with two categorical, both the variables, dependent and independent variables, are categorical or nominal variables, and you want to analyze on that, so please try to follow cross tabulation. This is what I have seen in the literature. Then we have third one called predicting. When the dependent variable are in interval, ordinal, or categorical level variables, and the independent variables are in interval, ordinal, or categorical variable level, then follow the regression analysis. This is what I have observed. And one more thing, in our class, what we have seen is that basis of formulating regression equation with the help of R square and adjusted R square. Let me tell you, they are not the final thing for us, but I have seen in some of the literature, I'm sharing that one. But I do not fully agree with these two things until and unless I follow my theory appropriately. Okay. So what they say is that when you are in the process of setting the regression equation, you have to have one base model. Base model, you start with one dependent variable, one independent variable. Fine. Let's say that sales is my independent variable and profit is my dependent variable. And with this sales and profit, I will run the regression. I will form the regression equation model, and I will run. And after running, I'll get two values, R square and adjusted R square. This is okay. Okay. Then I want to add one more control variable on that, because I see that not only the sales is predicting my profit, but also expenses also I may see that there's a huge impact on the profit. Therefore, for the second time, I have added the expenses. Now this time I have added sales plus expenses to the profit, and I have to regress on that. Now then what happens actually is that when you try to find the regression result, again you find R square adjusted R square. By default, your R square value will change. By default, R square value will change. But check this one, whether adjusted R square is increasing or not compared to the earlier one, base model. If your adjusted R square is getting increased, it indicates that adding of that extra one variable is what? Okay, so this is the meaning of increasing R square. But then what happens actually is that keep on adding other control variable, which you think that they may have some bearing on the profit. Every time you increase, every time you run the regression and find out the R square, adjusted R square. So they say that R square will keeps on changing no matter, but check it out whether adjusted R square is increasing or not. If adjusted R square is getting increased, the model is going to be fit at the higher level. But if your adjusted R square is not increasing, then adding of that extra variable as an independent variable is useless. So do not try to add it. But one dangerous thing what I have seen in this case here is that since you are putting the data into the SPSS machine, which do not have any emotions, therefore at times you do not know how to link with the theory. So many times I tell my students is that before you are deciding to put extra one independent variable and run the regression, please try to relate with the theory. If theoretically you believe that yes, that variable is having some bearing, may have some bearing, strong bearing or some bearing on the dependent variable, then you try to add it and then run the regression. Okay, this is what I tell my students every time, and then they go with that. So first of all, for me, it's a kind of theory building setup. After theory building setup, go to R square, adjust R square, and check it out whether they are useful or not. Okay, so Madam Sweta, I think I'm okay with the timing, or can I take some time, or I have to stop?
So we can take 5 minutes. I mean, we can take. We have more 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll do the question answer session since some participants have some questions as well.
Okay, madam, fine. Then a few things only. Few things only. This is my. I finished my part. And now I want to share my experience only with regard to recommendations part. Okay, because whatever I explained so far. So recently we have done one project at the university level. It's a funded project. Perception of financial literacy among people. Evidence from selected Jongkhaks means district here in Bhutan, in Bhutan basically. So we have taken few districts, and then we wanted to find out the level of financial literacy among people. Okay, so this is one thing, and then all the nitty-gritty things what I've explained just now we have followed. I will not go into that introduction and research problem. All the things I will not go into that in detail. Okay, then research methodology. Okay, no need to tell because it's not a seminar where I'm to write a paper. This part, some new thing have been done. Whether some of our researchers are agreeing or not, they can comment on this one. I'll be very happy. So what we have done is that we have taken two districts, Thimphu and Chukha in Bhutan. From Thimphu, we have taken Thimphu town as an urban area. From Chukha district, we have taken two blocks. Okay, Darla and Bongo, they are called blocks. Okay, then we have found the population. In total, we have 1,30,000 population. This 1,30,000 population, we have used the Kressian-Morgan formula. And then by using Kressian-Morgan formula, we have found out there are 383 samples. And these 383 samples, when we have tried to collect based on the population proportion, we found that 88% of the population alone comes from the Thimphu, whereas this sample is only 7% and 5% respectively from other two blocks. When we consider Darla block as a one individual unit, when you see then only 26 samples are there to represent 8,500. So this is the problem we have come across. Similarly, when we consider this 20 samples to represent 6,950 individuals out of this Bongo thing, then we have found the problems. Then to rectify this one, what we have gone is that we have tried to review some literature. Many of the literature, they say that minimum 30 samples is required. But at the end, there are some good literature we found that they say that for any kind of survey research, it is better to have 100 samples, at least 100 numbers each. So what we have done is that we kept intact this 337 with regard to Thimphu, and then this 26 and 20 we have reached up to 100, and we have gone up to 537 samples so as to have enough representative out of these two districts. This is what we have done very first time in Bhutan, and I have presented this one also. People were happy. Maybe I would like to see some kind of comment on this from some kind of professor from there, whether they agree or not, this one. And then rest, I don't want to explain anything because this is all research part only. All of them we have been doing. Last but not the least, 1 or 2 minutes I'll be taking. Specific recommendation. Recommendations were very, very important in terms of research. When you do consultancy kind of project, so your client organization would like to hear from you. What are the basic recommendations you are giving so that they can work on that and they can improve on that. So based on residential area, what we found is that people living in rural area possess less knowledge on financial matters. This is what our findings is. So now, then we wanted to see what could be done, what could be done for them, what kind of recommendation could be given to them. Then we have again gone for another survey. So few targeted programs are already been designed for these people in the country. However, rigorous implementation of such program with the continuous action research to find the impact of the same may be beneficial. What we found is that people who are living in rural areas, there are some programs already existing, but the rigorous implementation of such program with some kind of action research is not done, because at black and white you have some kind of thing. Okay, you are doing something and you have something, but really these programs are there reaching up to the village level. So outreach is not decided. For that outreach, we have given this recommendation. Okay, so based on income, they show that low level of financial literacy among low income groups. So what we tell them that, okay, why don't you follow the customized financial literacy program for this kind of people? Some customized general financial literacy program will not work because some are elite, some are very, very illiterate. How can you say the same program is beneficial for all the people? Okay. Likewise, we have occupation wise, farmers, they possess low level of income. So one of the very basic reason for this is maybe low income for these people or maybe seasonal income, but it does not mean that they do not earn. So therefore, what we are saying is that each block or district, in collaboration with the formal financial institutions, are recommended to conduct awareness program. This is very less. For this, again, we have done some kind of research. We went to the field and asked people whether it is happening or not. They said, no, it's not happening. Therefore, we have recommended. So this very basic thing, based on your findings, do further research, quick research, and give recommendations. And some numeric questions also we have asked. And based on the numeric questions, people were found possessing very less knowledge on inflation kind of thing. And we have given regular interaction with the financial institutions, with the people are required for that. So likewise, this is my last slide. I went up after that. So along with the very specific, we have given general recommendation also we thought to give. These general recommendation came from field survey, not actually from our study, from field survey. So we say that, okay, try to enhance your agency banking services. In Bhutan, what happens? There is a concept called agency banking. We have very difficult terrain in Bhutan where bank branches cannot be established for every village. Therefore, what basically we tell them that, okay, you try to go with some, in case of agency banking, they go weekly, they go monthly in the village, they operate some banking services, they come. But in reality, only once in a month it is happening. We said, okay, you try to increase on that. Likewise, we are saying increase the mobile usage and set up financial literacy sensitization unit in each government type. And the central government, they have to collaborate with the NGOs. And at last, we are giving some kind of handholding support. This handholding support in Bhutan is very less. So we are asking them, why don't you enhance your handholding support like that also? So with this, I'm trying to wind up. I'm very sorry, I've taken exactly 3 minutes more. Now I welcome any kind of things, any kind of insight. I'll be very happy. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. It was surely an informative, very informative session for a beginner like me. I've just started my research work. We have a few questions. If you, with your permission, can I please ask on behalf of participants? So the first question is from Johnny Janotra. He says that, sir, you said that we don't need to check internal reliability for the items which we take from previous study. If a person is not taking all the items from a single previous study and is taking some items from different studies, suiting his need, should the internal reliability be checked for that?
Yes, madam. Answer is absolutely yes. Okay, what I mean to say here is that if we are completely adopting a complete set of questionnaire, and then under that circumstances, it is understood that that guy might have already gone for reliability because paper has been already published. Okay, but if you, the moment you try to contextualize as per your need, under that situation, it is better always to go with the reliability test, always. Thank you. Very good question.
Thank you, sir. So the next question is, in linear regression and multiple regression, what values do we need to consider, R, R2 or adjusted R?
Okay, R is nothing but a correlation, madam. R, please do not get confused with the R. R is called correlation. Calculation coefficient of correlation is there. So even in regression, when you run the regression, when you get the result, we get 3 things: R, R square, and adjusted R square. This, out of these 3, R is your correlation value. So this is not at all related with the R square and adjusted R square. Now comes to R square and adjusted R square. So there are some literatures, they say that when you are running with common one-to-one, let's say linear, one dependent and other independent variables, one dependent variables, one independent variables. Under that situation, you can take R square. You can take R square. But the moment you have decided to go with the multiple regression modeling, where you have many independent variables, right, madam? Then what you tend to do is that every time you are setting the regression equation, you have the base model and you keep on adding the control variable. So how long you have to keep, you want to keep on adding those variables? That time you have to check these two values, R square and R square. R square will change, R square will change, R square will increase. That is not the definite thing. But adjusted R square, if it is increasing, then you try to add that extra variable which you thought to add it. Otherwise, no, not required.
Thank you, sir. The next question is, what are the circumstances where we can create dummy variables?
Again, theory building. Theory building is very, very, very important. And now I understand that, okay, like recently what happens is we have run with the mediation moderation analysis, where we have gone with some kind of regression equation also. Then we have some set of numeric data with us. And then after having that numeric data, we found that even the R square is not coming up to the mark. Then under that situation, you see there are some dummy variables which may have some impact on your theory. So every time, please simply do not believe that your whatever your number is saying, whatever variables you have incorporated that are going to tell the right answer. No, you have to rely on your theory. Like what I have said is that before you go with the R square and adjusted R square, you decide is adding that extra one independent variable is going to add value theoretically. If you decide theoretically, if you say answer yes, and if at all you're going to decide if you're going to authenticate with some kind of literatures, then under that consideration, yes, you can go ahead, man.
So the next question is about related to Likert scale. A variable is not normally distributed with significance is 0.05. As per the above condition, it shows my data is not normally distributed. Hence, in this case, can I use a non-parametric test, independent sample test? I request that you kindly provide me with an insight answer because I need it for my data analysis.
Okay, madam. This he can consult me, my personally also. I can tell many things, no problem. But for the time being, if he is following parametric, then follow the t-test and all kind of things. And if he is following the non-parametric test, then whatever he is writing is right. Quixel-Watson test is all non-parametric test. He can follow with that.
So the next question is, if any scale is not defined, can it become a research scope? For example, there are no defined scale for job performance. Can we develop it?
Yes, based on some literature, you have to have it. Then you can decide. No issue on that.
Thank you, sir. The next is the present. There is a feedback as well. The presentation is very informative. For future revisions, can we get Amrita? Surely we'll have the presentation shared with you. Sir, we have a lot of feedback received from a lot of participants praising the session. It was quite informative, especially for a beginner like me, like I said before as well. I would be able to deal with a lot of issues, especially with hypothesis and question framing. I would like to sum up the session by giving pointers of what we have covered in this session. So starting from how we actually have steps of research and how we focus on them. First is formulating hypothesis, and for that we needed a lot of review of literature to be done. And for that we also, sir has mentioned few steps that we should ensure focusing on. For example, ROL, I mean review of literature, pilot survey, interviews with key person, and also he has mentioned some common mistakes that we encounter. So the common mistakes are considering it as compulsory part of research. It is a set to prove and not to test. Also, the second thing that sir has mentioned about is questionnaire data on SPSS, how we can check it, how we can enter it, and how we can use SPSS for our questionnaire data analysis. We can use it for error checking. We can use to identify and edit all the errors through verifying it from the actual questionnaire that we've created. It is our duty to actually focus upon all the data and rectify, edit, and maintain all same level scales for all the data. Next was about statistical tools for data analysis. So for this, we should ensure defining levels of measurement at first, and then defining our scales and data as well. Sir also focused upon how different statistical tests can be used for different scales. So here I see that we have had a very good knowledge in classes about how mean, median, mode, and other correlation and standard deviation has been useful in different perspective. But defining it in very detail about which scale would go with which test was very informative for me as well. Um, Thank you, sir, for such an informative session. Thank you for taking out time to deliver so much of information for all of us. And I would like Ruhi ma'am to give you a little word of thanks.
Thank you so much, Shweta. So I would like to thank you, sir, for taking out time from your busy schedule and delivering on the most important aspect of a research, the common mistake which normally any research person is doing while doing any research. You have given insight to almost every aspect of research and explained everything so beautifully. Thank you so much. We are grateful to you for spending time and guiding all the academicians and research scholars who all are present here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. And I would like to see some kind of very good collaboration and the people who are at least interested in Bhutanese perspective, doing research in Bhutanese perspective, especially in the context of GNH, gross national happiness.
Yes.
It's a very burning topic, and most of the Western countries are really giving interest on that. And in India also, we have seen some of the studies coming up. So if we have anybody, we'd like to collaborate. Thank you so much, ma'am, for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For all the participants, we will start the next session in next 2 to 3 minutes. Please stay connected. Ma'am, should we begin?
Yes, Shweta, we can begin with the second session.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, all. I hereby welcome all participants and panelists to the session. This is the second session for the last day, and the session is on research ethics and plagiarism. We have with us Professor Dr. Pradeep Nair to give us a lot of insights about the topic, that is research ethics and plagiarism. That is probably the most important topic we all researchers focus on. Giving a little brief about Sir. Sir is presently working as Professor of New Media and Dean of the School of Journalism, Mass Communication and New Media. He is the Director Research of the university. His research and teaching is in the fields of critical communication theories, new media, in shaping public opinion and behavior in the context of state-society nexus, media democratization movements, the discrete roles that news and information play in political system, and a lot more. His research interests focus on approaches of media education, media governance in transitional democracies, health communication, and promotion. Publication in these fields include policy and response strategies adopted to deal with restricted physical access to socioeconomic infrastructure, facilities, and service amidst the COVID pandemic, with a focus on cutting-edge health technologies at its core. By looking at the Indian and Tibetan understanding of the well-being construct, framing of community dynamics by small town journalists in Dharamshala, India, journalism education in post-truth era, identity crisis versus ethical dilemmas of small town journalism, democracy for a territory-less and stateless polity, the difficulty in teaching political journalism to students who want to be advocates, are certain more works. He is presently the senior editor in the editorial board of Center for Agriculture and Bioscience International, One Health Resource, associate editor of the Connected Health Specialty section of Frontiers in Digital Health, and associate editor of Political Communication section of Frontiers in Communication, and is the editor of research section on health technologies and innovations to effectively respond to COVID-19 pandemic. He has been awarded top peer reviewer in social sciences by Web of Science and Clarivate Analytics in 2019 and is currently reviewing for British Medical Journal, WHO Health Bulletin, Health and Technology, Pedagogy in Health Promotion, Communication Inquiry, Asian Ethnicity and Frontiers in Public Health. Professor Nair supervises doctoral students in undertaking research on participatory democracy and governance in developing economies, media governance processes, digital disinformation, and health communication and promotion. There's a lot more to say about Sir concerning his works and research details. I would now invite Sir to please take the session ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much, Sweta. All the time, that's the irony of online lectures. Every time you have to ask whether you are audible or not. Unfortunately, today it's a less stable network here because, I'm in a small hill town and here network is always an issue. But anyhow, so what I'm going to do, I will stop my video because that will help me to manage the bandwidth. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I request to kindly allow me to do that.
Sure, sir.
Am I audible? Yeah. So the topic which was given to me is about, ethics in research and publications. All of you are aware that UGC, it's also a part of national education policy that in last 2 years, UGC has introduced a course on, research and publication ethics, which is an essential course in PhD coursework across all central and state universities. So in this half an hour interaction, I hope because another 10-15 minutes, the floor will be open for question and answers. I try to cover the best practices and what constitutes ethical and unethical behavior in research and academic publishing with a focus on the publishing side of research. We will try to look into the various forms of misconduct, causes and motivations behind unethical research and publishing behavior. And what do we know about misconduct? How much we are aware about misconduct? Okay, so the very first thing which generally has a greater concern in research is questionable practices and unethical behavior, and they can occur at any stage of research process, but they are often caught during peer review. So that's why peer review is a process which provides reviewer enough opportunity to look into these issues on a wider scale. So during the peer review process, both the peer reviewers and editors, they scrutinize a piece of work, and it gives them a scope to pick up on any potential ethical issues or misconduct. The problems can range from questionable behavior to fraud, with an important distinction based on whether the behavior is intentional or unintentional. Serious misconduct and fraud generally occur when a researcher or publisher intentionally behaves in an unethical manner for personal or financial gain. And these actions can affect one's career, because I don't know how many of us we are taking this plagiarism or misconduct seriously. But if you look at a number of universities in other part of the world, they take the issues of conflict of interest and ethical issues very seriously. So any unethical behavior, even sometimes it happens not intentionally, but because lack of awareness or some kind of understanding in publication ethics, but it always have a serious impact. So carelessness and negligence, they do not excuse bad conduct, and that we all have to understand. So if the unethical behavior falls under questionable practices, sometimes it happens due to lack of awareness and education in the responsible conduct of research and in research ethics. And some of these types of behaviors are quite common and happens most of the time and are widely known to occur. But if you are an early career researchers, it is very, very important to have some idea about them. So just have some examples, and you will find that every second one of us, we are in it. So one is not following the reporting guidelines properly, especially if it is it's a clinical trial. In anthropology or in psychology or medical and health sciences, most of the studies, they are based on clinical trials. So if we are not following the reporting guidelines, that is also unethical, considered as unethical. Poor reporting or biased reporting, that is also unethical. Changing protocols after the study has begun, that's very important, because many of these trials, they are protocol regulated. So once you start the study, if you are changing the protocol, that is also unethical. Changing your hypothesis or research questions to fit results, that's another very, very interesting thing. Sometimes you have started a study with a specific objective, with a specific hypothesis in your mind, but suddenly when the results, they are different, you start to manipulate the hypothesis or objectives. So changing hypothesis or research questions to just fit your result, that is also unethical. Or reporting results and conclusions which are not supported by the data. That's an interesting one, that your data is not telling the story, but your result and conclusion section is telling the story, which is not based on the data which you have acquired from the field. Or sometimes what we say program hacking, or which is known as data dredging to make your data and results significant. Or at publication ends, there are also some unethical practices. It is not all the time that the researchers, they face the problem of, ethics. At publication ends, sometimes not publishing non-significant and negative results. So that is known as publication bias. So that is also unethical. Failing to declare conflicts of interest. But now 90% journals, while accepting your manuscript for publication, very clearly ask you to declare a statement regarding the conflict of interest. But if the journal article failed to declare conflict of interest, that is also unethical. Or excessive self-referencing often happens in science. That's why most of the time, people, I am sorry, and it's a sincere apology to the science people, but most of the time, you will find that the science, researchers, they have very high number of citations. And if you go and check those citations, there were very interesting studies were conducted in recent times. They have a large number of self-citations. So excessive self-referencing or self-citation is also unethical. And a journal using aggressive solicitation or untargeted emails to get submissions is also unethical. So there is quite, a large range of unethical practices which are considered as, unethical behavior, which falls under questionable practices. Then there are some more. Some of these unethical behavior or questionable practices, they are not intentional, but they usually happens due to a lack of awareness. And some of these behaviors, as I already told, they are quite common and they generally occur, but you cannot take them lightly, especially if you are in the field of research. Then there is also, a debate between intentional and unintentional misconduct. So that is something which also we have to understand. Thus, misconduct is more serious than questionable practices and can be either intentional or unintentional. Unintentional misconduct, like most cases of questionable practices, is usually due to a lack of awareness and education in responsible conduct of research and research ethics. I am just giving you some small examples of unintentional misconduct, that is not getting written consent or ethics permits before publishing. So sometime, before getting the journal, the article or the study published in a journal, you need to take consent of all your co-authors. And also sometime if it is based on a clinical trial, you also need a consent from your subject. So that is something, most of the time we forget this, not intentionally, but unintentionally, because we are not aware that this is something which is required. Submitting a manuscript to multiple journals at the same time, that also comes under an unintentional, because and sometimes, why it happens, I'm telling you, because the journals take a lot of time. They take a lot of time, review process, getting it reviewed, and suppose if the review process takes some 6, 7, 8 months, and suddenly you come to know that the reviewer have rejected your manuscript, all those 6, 7, 8 months, they were wasted. If you look at the researcher's point, from the researcher's point of view. So most of the time, what the authors, they do, they submit, one manuscript to 2, 3 journals. So just to see that where it is going to be accepted, first. So that is also one thing which not intentionally, but because that is something which we do just to save the time. Or splitting one study into multiple smaller publications. Suppose if it's a lengthy essay or it's a long manuscript, sometime you split it into small case studies or review articles and send it to other journals. Sometime it also happens. And then a journal not having a retraction policy, that is also, kind of unethical practices if you are submitting to a journal which doesn't have a retraction policy, it means that even if your article has some issues, the journal is not going to remove it from its, from its website or from its issue. So but these all are unintentional. And most of the time it happens because the researchers, they were not aware of this. But then there are some intentional misconduct. And intentional misconduct, one is plagiarizing content or ideas from from somewhere else, which is a serious concern and is quite common if you look at South Asian research studies. Delaying the publication of a competing article during peer review, that is also an unethical, intentional misconduct at the part of the journal. Sometimes journal takes more time, and especially if the study is a time bound, is based on a data which is time bound. Suppose like COVID, if you have done a study during the COVID lockdown, and most of the data, they are representing the lockdown scenario only, if you keep it for a long time, it has no use. So that's one thing. Ghost and guest authorship, that's another concern of misconduct, intentional misconduct. Or journal misrepresenting their editorial board. Most of the time you will find that some of the journals, they have people in their editorial board, and when you try to contact them, and it happens several times, when you try to contact those board members, they will say they are not aware of that they are being a part of this journal. Sometimes it happens like that. They lift the name just from website, and without knowing or without taking the consent, they put you in an editorial board. That's an intentional misconduct, just to give you a good feel about the journal, that the journal has a reputed editorial board. Or a journal falsely claiming to be included in an index, or that they are member of an association, and nowadays impact factor. Am I audible? Shweta, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. So this impact factor is a very, very interesting. Most of the time when we do screening, or when we are, having this document verification during faculty recruitment, most of the time, there are claims that this article is published in a journal having an impact factor of this. And when you start asking them that from where you got this impact factor, they will say that the journal has claimed. But then how the journal has claimed, from where it has claimed, whether it is in Scopus or it is in Web of Science, then there will be no answer. So many of the journals, they claim a very high impact factor, but then there is no evidence in support of it. So it's it is something which is intentional, and and very seriously they are taken into consideration, especially at the time of selection or at the time of promotion. So these are intentional and unintentional misconduct. And then there are some serious fraud also. If you look at in research and publications, what is falsifying or fabricating data? And you will be amazed to know that in last some 2 years, many reputed journals, they have retracted articles from their issues, only because of fabricating data, or someone has informed that the data was fabricated. So falsifying or fabricating data, or stealing data from elsewhere, or plagiarizing data from elsewhere, using research fund for non-research related personal use, or impose or hijack a journal, or false peer review, or peer review rings. Like many journals, they claim they are peer reviewed, but then you will never get a correspondence regarding the peer review. You will never come to know as an author that how your article is peer reviewed. So these are considered as serious misconduct and fraud. And that is why now many of the journals, all of us, we are aware of and the concept of COPE, which is known as Publication Ethics and Committee on Publication Ethics. Many of the journals, they are now member of COPE only because they are very serious they are very serious about plagiarism and unethical issues. So the journals generally, to look into it, they try to maintain trust and uphold the integrity of the scholarly publication, and also to minimize waste of resources. So most of the research grants and funding come from government and public sector. They are paid for by the taxpayer. So it is actually the responsibility of the researcher and their institutions to add value to the public in the form of sound research, building on our current knowledge and ultimately benefiting society. So there is a moral obligation on all the research institutions, because the fund whatever we are receiving from central or public, from central government or state government or from government agencies or even from private players, the money is the money of common people. So if we are not using the money for their benefit, it is it is something serious. So funding, even though funding comes from private organizations, foundations and companies that want to put some of their profit back into research, we must have to see that there should be less risk of conflict and conflict of interest. So it is the job of the researcher and institutions of higher learning to put the responsibility on the researcher to ensure that research funds are used responsibly. So that is also one reason that why these days we are this much particular about research and publication ethics. So irresponsible use of public funds, when it comes to notice, it give a very bad feel to every one of us. That's why it is very, very important not to compromise with the integrity and accuracy of research and research publications. So these are some of the issues which every second day all of us, in the capacity of an author, in the capacity of a researcher, in the capacity of member of an editorial board or editor of a journal or reviewer, all the time we face. And this whole concept of double blind, triple blind peer review and bringing a transparency in the peer review process, and a serious role of editors and associate editors, especially in journal publications, they are important to maintain the quality of the published scholarly record. That's why the retractions and corrections are there, and they are introduced in journal publication system to ensure the published literature is corrected when necessary. And when severe misconduct or unethical practices have been identified, it may be very necessary to remove an article from the published literature. So that is something which is very much required, and that's why the journals, they take this kind of step. And I am just giving you some example. If you look at the data fabrication and falsification issues, in 2019, a meta-analysis was conducted by Nature Group, which was based on some 26 surveys and involving a total of more than 20,000 researcher responses. They found that 5% of researchers, 5% is quite a large number if you look from a research perspective, that 5% of researchers, they have honestly admitted to having fabricated, falsified or modified data at least once in their career. However, not everyone admit to misconduct through anonymous surveys, but then there is a prevalence of this behavior to be higher. So even though not all the cases of misconduct are discovered or reported, it is very difficult right now to know exactly how big this issue is in reported research. So that is, something where, institutions, they have to come up with new studies. Research misconduct is also, identified after a paper has been submitted or even published. It doesn't mean once it is accepted or get published, it doesn't mean that there is no issues of misconduct. When a potential problem with a published article, it comes into knowledge, then an expression of concern notification is required to be issued. If the and the problem needs to be investigated, well. So most of the time, the general practice is that since the paper is published, and if it is published in a reputed journal, journal's reputation is already in stake. So most of the time, what the publishers, they do, they issue a correction. But sometimes if the errors or misconduct is serious, then there is no other way left. Then you have to retract, the article from the collection. And this is happening in with many journals, not only with small journals, but also with big journals. And, in last year itself, in 2021, 2047 articles only from the discipline of biomedical and life science journals, they are retracted. And it is a huge, percentage of 21.3%. And most of the retractions were due to errors. At least, 60% they are due to errors, and rest were due to some form of misconduct. And out of which 10% of articles were retracted due to fraud or suspected fraud. So think about it. And equally, some 9.8% were due to plagiarism, because even though journals, they try to have plagiarism software, plagiarism checking softwares, but then they also have their own limitations. So sometimes, when you are dealing with scientific data or with program coded data, sometimes the softwares may not be able to catch the errors. So, these are some of the serious concerns about, misconduct, about unethical behaviors, and, publication ethics. Am I clear? Cheta, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Audible.
Yes, sir,
and very
you're
clear.
audible.
Yeah. So if there are minor plagiarism, in most of the cases, luckily till date, most of the plagiarism issues are minor only. At least 70% plagiarism issues are minor. If they are minor, then there is no big issues, because sometimes the journal asks the authors to rewrite, or they will ask them to correct the errors. But if it is a major plagiarism issue, then the journal has only two options left, either to reject or to retract. If the manuscript is in its final stage, even then the journal have the scope to reject it. And if it is, unfortunately, if it got published, and that is what I said, that in last year it happens with many big journals, even with the journals of Nature and Springer, or with journals of Sage, with journals of Routledge, it happens almost with all big publishers, that even if the article is published, and after getting it published, if the issues come to the notice of the journal, the only option left is to retract, and that the journals, they have to do. But I'm telling you, the whole practice is not to punish the authors. That I am making very clear. None of the journals, they want to publish punish authors. So it is all about to correct the scientific record. So that's why most of the practices, the core practices, the ethical practices, they are basically to correct, the things, to correct, the record, not to punish the author, and to reach the highest standard in publication ethics. So most of the journals, they go for COPE, or they become a member of COPE, or they do a rigorous training for their they conduct trainings for their author, for their editors and for their reviewer, just to ensure that the highest standards of publication ethics, they are followed by the journal. And at the same time, journals also, they regularly take advice, guidance for their day-to-day practice from academia, from research institutions. So that is how all the, the publication industry or the journals, they are trying to cope up with the issue of, misconduct and unethical practices. Any queries till, whatever we discussed? Shweta, any queries?
So we do have a few questions coming up from the participants end. You can sum up and then we'll start with the Q&A round.
Okay. So if you look and let us look into from an Indian perspective. If you look this issues of publication ethics and research from an Indian perspective, the very first kind of issues what we generally face is peer review manipulation. That's fake reviewers, and I really have no idea how many of you are aware that but 60-70% journals, they are, they claim, all of the journals, it's an irony that every second journal claims they are peer reviewed and refereed, but 70% journals, they are, they have fake reviewers or fake review. So the peer review manipulation is something which is quite common in Indian subcontinent. Second one is authorship manipulation is also there. Authorship manipulation, authorship for sale, which we generally say, and paper mills. Lot of journals, if you look at the, and the credit goes to UGC, the credit goes to our recruitment policies, the way we are recruiting teachers in, institutions of higher learning. Every second day a new journal is coming, and all of them, they are claiming the kind of impact factor which you can't even imagine. Journals having 10 to 15 impact factor, and without any evidence, and openly they claim on their front page that their impact factor is between 10 to 15. From where this impact factor came, nobody knows. So this publication manipulation in recent year, in last 4 or 5 years, it has risen like anything. And COPE is looking into this. That's why if you look, most of big journals, all they are now member of COPE. So COPE is seriously looking into this, and they are trying to look into the profile of the problem. And at the same time, in Indian subcontinent, there is also a high pressure to publish. That's why we say publish or punish. Because if no publications, you are not going to get your increment, you are not going to get your promotion. So whether you are in a private university, whether you are in a public university, whether you are in an institution or college, everyone wants you to publish paper. So that is also, creating a lot of issues. So in a nutshell, if you look into the publication ethics issues, the type of publication ethical issues which is there in front of us, the first one is plagiarism or duplicate publication, data error, fabrication, issues related to authorship, ethics or consent, peer review process, permission, license, policy, image manipulation, If you look in environmental science, lot of images are satellite based images, lot of image manipulation is also there. Even, if you look at the 3D printing in biomedical sciences, lot of image manipulation issues are there. Defamation, competing interest, consent to publish, animal ethics, trial registration. So the types of publication ethic issues, they have quite, a long list. And at the same time, predatory journals and conferences. Every second day, I receive a lot of emails regarding some conferences and regarding some journals where they ask you to submit your articles or they want to take you in their editorial board. So a lot of predatory journals are there, and all of them, they have a kind of editorial board which is unclear in scope, disorganized, or not actually taking place. And many of the young researchers, they are not aware of this. So many times you get trapped in a journal, into a journal where you are impressed by the journal editorial board, you are impressed by the kind of the claim what the journal generally make, and you have no sources to verify it, and finally you try to get published your article in that. And I believe, I thoroughly believe that many of young researchers who have done really hard work, when their paper get published in a predatory journal like this, it seriously impacts their career. It has a serious impact on their career. So that's why it is a very high time for the institutions of higher learning to look into this, that how to identify predatory journals, how to train and how to aware the young researchers to look into it, to inquire, and how to corner the predatory journals. Because these predatory journals, they are going to be a big a headache in coming days. Although I believe that the University Grant Commission's Consortium for Academic and Research Ethics, which we generally say UGC CARE, they have started with two objectives. One is to promote quality research and publications, and to identify good quality journals and prevent publication in predatory journals. But then CARE itself, it is into too much controversy. So we need more international and cross-sector initiatives related to think, check, and submit. That is what we generally say. Before submitting your article to a journal, just think, check, and then submit. So we need a lot of training programs. We need awareness and sensitization workshops for young researchers to help to identify trusted journals and conferences. And it is also a time to provide practical checklist to help you make an informed decision, as an author. So that is where, institutions like Amity, and I really congratulate the entire staff of Amity for coming up with a faculty development program like this. This kind of faculty development programs, they will be very useful for the research community to deal with, with the emerging issues in research and publication. So now I hope that we have discussed a lot of issues, and can we have questions, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I would like to bring up the questions from the participants end. So the first question that we have is about regarding salami slicing. So you said that we should avoid using content from our major paper or major thesis and not make it into small papers. But people actually do that. That is a practice that people are involved into. Salami slicing is something that people practice it intentionally, because obviously they're using similar research topics. I mean, if they have a main thesis by the name, its subtopics are their paperwork. So how does a person deal with it? How they should avoid? Because when we have similar data, similar concepts actually, and we are not able to, we have similar literature, because the concepts are similar, the literature would be similar. So why shouldn't we use the same data?
No, actually, Sweta, see, the problem is that it happened and it is happening here only because we are not taking serious concern about it. But if you look in Europe or in United States or in other developed countries, they take it very seriously. Even once if your thesis get published, they don't allow you to produce your thesis in the form of articles, because now it is published. So if one of your major work is published, why to dissect it into smaller pieces? Because that will create more problem for you, because the data is same and you are using the data while giving some different kind of conclusions. That actually seriously put a doubt on your researching abilities. So why to do that? It is not actually required. See, my only suggestion and is that even if you get published one paper in a year, but try to get it published in a good place, that will bring you a lot of, immediately it will not pay. But over a period of time, you will see that how you are getting citations on that paper and how that paper is going to establish you as a researcher in your field. So if it is in a good journal, there is no need of slicing it further and getting it published in so many other places. That is
So,
something
here
yes.
I would, I mean, my question mainly was not using the data, because obviously the data collected would be different for a thesis and different for a paper. So my question here limits to the review of literature part. Can that data be used repetitively?
Review of literature is not a big deal, because if sometimes you conduct similar studies, suppose if you are working on a same problem and you are working for quite a long time on the same problem, you may have some of the classic studies which you refer again and again. That's not an issue. That's not an issue. The issue only comes when you use a similar data for driving different result. That is actually the problem. So otherwise, most of the time, if you are doing some study on governance, on health governance, so many, and even if you are looking the different, objectives in that, sometimes your review of literature may be same. That's not a big deal. The only thing is that one should be very particular about the data, because many of the ethical issues, they are, corely related to data fabrication. So data fabrication or data manipulation is a serious misconduct.
Thank you, sir. My next question is, what are the possible steps a journal would take if a misconduct is found?
See, most of the time the journal, if it's a serious misconduct, as I told you, none of the journal want to punish the authors. That was never be the purpose, because then, you will create, nobody want to create a panic situation. Journals always need good studies. And since no money is involved, it is something voluntarily. So most of the time, you spend a lot of time and effort to do a study, get it published in a good journal. You are not getting any monetary support for that. So journals also, even though however good journals they are, they also need good papers. So it is something, a kind of trust between the author and the publisher. Publishers, if it's not a very serious misconduct, most of the time the journal give the author a chance to correct, or again send a corrected version. But if it is a serious misconduct, journal has no other option but to retract the article. And I'm telling you, some of the journals, they are so particular that after retracting the article from their journal, they also report your institution about this. That is dangerous, because when they report to their institution, your institution have to take a disciplinary action against you. So I always pray that none of us should get into this kind of situation where, okay, if the journal is retracting it, and sometimes if it is not intentional, suppose if you are taking the data from a repository, you are not aware of the repository, or sometimes you are not aware of, about the, the authenticity or the credibility of the data, and you used it in your study. It is, if the article is retracted, you are going to lose only one study. You have a long life to do it again. But if they are getting it, if they are reporting it to your institution, then it will be an awkward position for all of us. So the journals, but I'm telling you, 99%, since I'm in the editorial board of many journals, we never go to that extent. We only go to that extent when we found a serious fraud or a serious kind of misconduct. Then that is the last, you can say it's a Z option. So none of us, we exercise it, in the beginning, but if there is no option, you have to do it.
Thank you, sir. So the next question is about authorship related concerns. A lot of researchers usually experience this concern that there are co-authors involved as guides, external guides, internal guides. But a lot of researchers experience that there is not equal contribution from all of them, or at times some of them do not contribute equal at all. In that case, how some people do not actually give authorship contributions and do not mention them. It also brings in a lot of negative impact on the connection between the guide
Yes.
and the scholar. So how should the scholar actually deal with this?
See, this is something of mutual trust. I'm telling you, this most of the time, it doesn't happen only, at the time when you write a paper. Sometimes what happens, I'm giving you a very interesting an instance. We, in 2 years back, we were doing an interesting work. We submitted it to a journal, and it went for a peer review. And the reviewer suggested major revision. When we started doing the major revision, and the major revision was mostly in the methodological part, in the part of method. So one of our co-author who was dealing with the method part, he has to work extra for it, because it was something, where he had put a lot of effort. Then all four of us, we were 4 authors in that case. We, other 3 of us, we decided that now it is a time to, to promote this guy, because earlier he was the 4th author. But then we promoted it and make him the main author because of the effort what he did, because this was a major revision. Major revision means you have to rewrite the entire paper. And then suddenly his role changed. Who was in 4th place, now he was the one who contributed most among 4 of us. So we decided that let him, and we requested a journal. And then there is a form. You, all of us, you are aware that when you get on a Sage and Routledge, generally, if you want to change the author order, you have to submit a declaration and you have to fill a form, which they say the author change form, request form. So we did it, and finally, so it is always, as a team, when you work, the team has to decide kind of rules. There is no hard and fast rule, and there is no something. That's why we say that most of the ethical things, they are not written, they are something which is practiced, practiced by all. So if you are working as a team, the team has to look into how to put the authors in a chronological order. Why the problem arises here, in other places there is no problem like this. Here the problem is because UGC has divided, they come up with a formula of 70-30 or 60-40 kind of thing. The first author is going to get the 70% credit of the manuscript, rest are going to deal with the 30%. So all the problem comes from there. If you remove this, and if you try to give equal point to all the authors, then there will be no conflict.
Thank you, sir. This was one question that was personal as well as of views of a lot of participants here. The next question that we have is that you said self-citation is an unethical issue. If a person is citing his previous works for present study, up to what extent he can cite his own work? And maybe the work is totally relevant. Is there any number of citations he can cite to avoid the unethical issue?
See, again, there is no hard and fast rule, but generally it is say it's an advisory. It's an advisory. So most of the time it is advised that don't go for self-citations, because many of the databases, they don't, like if you look at Scopus or if you look at, Clarivate or Web of Science, most of the time they don't prefer. I'm not saying they don't accept. They don't prefer self-citations. If genuinely required, cite your work. I'm not saying that don't, promote your work, don't cite your work, but if it is genuinely required. Sometime when you look at the reference list, or if you go and check the citations, you will find that the work which has been referred, it has no need of citing in that study. So it is all about that if it is genuinely required, and if your previous study is going to help. So it is all from a reader perspective only. If as a reader, if I am reading your manuscript, and if your previous study will give me some kind of idea about it, then obviously I would like to read it. But if it is not required, why to unnecessarily get into it? But there is no hard and fast rule. Nothing is written. There is no policy. It is something which is, which we have to understand, that avoid self-citations as much as possible.
Thank you, sir. So the next question is, what is the best method or technique adopted to minimize plagiarism in a review of literature of a thesis?
We see in review of literature, the most of the plagiarism issue is a laundry list. Laundry list means the work you have not consulted, you have just cited it, or you have picked up the work from some other, study without consulting them. One is that really genuinely have you consulted those studies which you are citing in your manuscript. That is one, concern. Another concern is that give the credit. If you are referring someone's work, give the credit to the author. What is wrong in that? It is something which is practiced in research. So that's why, in some of if you go and check the big journals, most of the big journals, they have a long, reference list. If it is a, 10,000 word manuscript, you will find some 70, 80 references. And now many of the journals, they are cross-ref, they have a cross-ref. They are going to cross-check the references, what you have given. So that is an, a way to look into that whatever you are, you have cited, whether genuinely you have cited or it is just a laundry list. So the only, again, it is an advisory only, no, policy or nothing hard and fast. But generally, one must avoid. Research is something which need a lot of, ethical obligations on all of us. As I told that it's a public money, and if you are getting a fund, the fund is coming from the common man's pocket. So at least, and all of us, we are also paying taxes. So our money is also someone is spending on research. So at least that obligation should be on us, that it's a public money. And especially in a developing economy like that, like this, where money is a real concern, we must have some kind of responsibility towards the common man's pocket. That's the concern.
Sir, next question comes up from one of our scholar, Arushi Singh. She says, what are the different softwares that we can use to check plagiarism?
See, right now, the most famous software which we use here is Turnitin, which most of the universities and institutions they use. But Turnitin also has some limitations. Then there are iAuthentic, which is basically used by big, publishers because it's quite expensive. Then there is Urkund is also another one which we are using. Then Python programming is also used in some way to check plagiarism. So there are a number of good softwares, but see, I'm telling you, all the softwares have limitations. In last some 20 years, I am working in this field, dealing with a number of journals. What my understanding is that by the end of the day, it is not the software. Generally, it is the researcher who is going to set, the parameters. So if we are and most of the time, issues are not intentional. I am telling you that is all. Most of the time, it was most of the similarity indexes or the plagiarism issues. They were because the scholar was not aware how to produce one's work or how to refer one's work. There is a difference. You cannot take the work as it is and put it. How you are going to perceive the work, how you are going to observe it, how you are going to interpret it in your own words, in your own language, in your own understanding. And even when you are giving the credit, that is what actually review of literature is all about. Review of literature doesn't mean you lift someone's work and as it is paste it in your work. So most of the time it happens because only of unawareness. So I hope that like what you people are doing, many of the universities need to come up with this kind of programs, with this kind of training sessions to make the young researchers more aware and more trained about the issues.
Thank you, sir. The next question is from Amit Kumar. He says, instead of uploading the list of cloned journals, why UGC does not take it serious and punish them by banning their sites and maybe sending them to prisons?
Unfortunately, I'm in a central university. So, this entire, but I'd be very frank, and it's a very honest confession. This entire publishing industry has a lot of fraud, I'm telling you. If you look at some big journals, not small journals, I'm not getting into the small businesses because they have their own motives. Even some of the big journals, they also do a lot of fraud in a more sophisticated way. For like, if you look at article processing charges, these are the new revenue model. All of us, we are aware that many of the good journals, they have an article processing charge. But that article processing charge is too high for an Indian researcher to get published, because if it is some $2,000, like what Frontiers generally charge, some $1,500 to $2,000 or euro or pound, too much for us. And most of the Indian projects, they are not funded the way the European projects were funded. In Europe or in United States, many of your research funds, they have a provision of paying the processing fee. Here, if you ask the university to give you money to get published a journal and which is some 1.5 lakh or 2 lakh, nobody is going to give you that money. So how one should get published? That is one. Why UGC is not doing that? It is something like in pharmacy also, even though we know many of the medicines that they are banned, but if you go in any medical shops, they are there. So there is always, a business, what you say, a political economy is there. So this political economy has its impact on universities, its impact on UGC, and its impact on publishing industry. That's why even knowing, I'm telling you interestingly, many of the journals which I have never heard in my life, when they come to me, especially at the time of screening or document verification time, I really got shocked when they say that they are claiming some 15 to 20 impact factor. Can you believe? Some of the best social science and humanities, hardly their impact factor range between 1 to 2. Hardly 1 to 2. Most of them, they are below 1. If you look at any journals in our subject, especially if you look in communication, whether it is European Journal of Communication, whether it is newspaper research journal, whether it is journalism and media education, whether it is journalism itself, they range between 1 to 2. So 15 to 20, impact factor of a social science journal, it's like a heart attack for me. But that also happens. Nobody is banning those journals. So now it's rather than getting into this dilemma, The better thing is that as a researcher, young researcher, we should be very much aware of getting published in a good place. And let us focus more on collaborative work. If we collaborate well with other institutions, with other scholars, we have a more scope to get published in good places. That should be, the motive of a good research.
So we have two more participants asking almost a similar question. They say if they check their plagiarism through online apps or check their grammar over online or websites, does that count under plagiarism? For example, if I'm correcting my grammar or any random document, I'm correcting my grammar on any website that claims to correct my grammar of all of my thesis. Since the database is always saved through cache and cookies in the software, does that happen that it could count for plagiarism in a later stage?
Yeah, see, one should be very careful, because most of the time, what happens at the time when you check your manuscript for plagiarism, automatically it is stored in a repository. So one should be very careful, because once your work is stored in a repository, the next time when you put your work, it will show a very high similarity index, because the same work is stored somewhere else. So one, you should be very much aware of, and then there are a lot of, hacking softwares are there. If you put your research, whole research will be hacked by some other institution and it will be produced in some other form. You will never come to know where it has, what happened to you. And suddenly when your work you send to any journal, they will send that it has a high similarity index. You never come to know how this high similarity index happened, because the work is already published somewhere. So it's quite a large world. You don't know in which nook and corner who is going to reproduce your work. So one should be very careful, especially the softwares or the apps which claim that they are free access, open access, and freely. I always believe that if you are working in an institution, do it from your institutional software, what your institution has procured, what your which the institution have a license of which, you always go for that.
Thank you, sir. I would just sum up. Thank you for answering such all the questions in detail. I would just sum up the session by mentioning a few points that I really liked about your session. So firstly, obviously that we should avoid any unethical misconduct, in terms of intentional or intentional purposes. Plagiarism is one such thing that has its parts in falsification and fabrication as well, and we should avoid it at any cost. Experience obviously counts in it, and people know how their paper gets turned up or maybe rejected by a lot of publications. I also got to know a lot of things about how some publications put a lot of light on peer reviewing, and how COPE and UGC are also playing a major role in avoiding all of the things here. Also, major issues that sir has mentioned under unethical practices comes with plagiarism, data error, duplication of content, image manipulation, and predatory journals. So there's a lot that comes under unethical practices, and the book was short while writing about it. I thank you, sir, for so much of information on unethical practices, and our participants were a lot curious to talk about it and know about it. So thank you for answering all the questions in detail and taking out time for all of us and giving this bunch of information to us.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Ruhi ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking out time from your busy schedule, your personal and professional commitment. You came here. So we would like to thank you for guiding all the academicians and research scholars and answering all the queries, whatever they had. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Ruhi. It's a pleasure to be a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request Shweta to proceed with the next session.
Dear participants, we'll take a 2 minutes break and we'll start with the third session of the workshop. That is the last session for this workshop on research project writing and data analysis. The topic that will be covered would be citation and referencing techniques. Would request you to stay connected and we'll get back in 2 minutes.
We already have our resource person, Professor Dr. Sumit Narula, Dean Research and Publications at Amity University, Gwalior. He is Editor-in-Chief with the Scopus Index Journal of Content, Community and Communication. Thank you so much, sir. Okay. Thank you for...
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So we'll start within 2 minutes.
No issues, man. No issues.
Ma'am, we should begin the session.
Yes, Shweta.
So thank you, Shweta, for the wonderful session that we've had. So good afternoon to everybody present here today with us. And I would like to welcome our panelists, our esteemed session speaker for today. I'm Mansi Singh. I'm a research scholar at Amity School of Communication, Noida. And it is my honor today to be here to be the moderator of this session on research, citation style, how to detect cloned and predatory journals in academics. So before we begin with the final session of our 7-day workshop, I would like to give a brief introduction to all of you of our esteemed Professor Dr. Sumit Narula. So sir is a PhD in electronic media and conflict resolution from Punjab University, Chandigarh, and is presently working as Deputy Dean Research, Publications and Citation at Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior. He is also the Director Head of Institution in Amity School of Communication. He is a reputed researcher and Editor-in-Chief of Scopus and UGC Care List Indexed biannual journal named Journal of Content, Community and Communication. He has also published 2 and edited 7 books. One of his edited book named Environmental Awareness and Role of Social Media has been published by IGI Global Publication USA and has been recently been indexed in Clarivate Analytics Web of Science Book Citation Index. Sir has also published several national and international research papers in reputed journals. He's also been to London, Dubai, Nepal, Singapore, Amsterdam for his research work and paper presentation. The core area for his research are new media convergence media research, fake news detection, peace building, conflict resolution. He is also the chairman of the recently established Center of Excellence for Detection of Fake News and Disinformation at Amity University, Madhya Pradesh. He is also well-versed with softwares like SPSS, Innova, Mendeley, to name a few. So he has also taken 100+ workshops on the topic how to catch fake or predatory clone journals in academics, and has developed a course with Taylor's University, Malaysia on it, and has also been awarded the Innovation Research Award by them. He's also been covered by various newspapers and channels, and a YouTube channel, Integrity Matters by Turnitin. He has also spoken about academic integrity at various platforms. Sir, it is a privilege to have you today, and I welcome you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ruhi ma'am. Thank you, Ravinder, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Mansi, for the introduction. I will start from the answers which were there, which the questions were there for Pradeep Nair, sir. I will just show you that how we cannot catch those journals which are cloned or having the wrong website. So there is a reason to that. Yes, it is a government body also, but the burning issue is that there's a software which tells us that who has made that website. So I'll take you to that software, that is whoisdomaintools.com. And when we put the name of that website, like I'll show you an example. Mukshabd is a cloned website. And when you put this website, the URL of this website on whoisdomaintools.com, you will see the IP address is from a different country. So it is very, very difficult for us to catch them and to tell the government also that the IP address does not belong to India. So I'll just showing you that exercise. So when you put a URL of a cloned journal onto whoisdomaintools.com, which is a free website for you, it will give you the information about that website. Now you can see that this is a cloned website, but if you look at the IP location, they have shown it at Central Singapore. So Singapore, they're not bothered, they're not concerned because they are not getting affected by it. We are being getting affected by them. Indians are their target. They want to subjugate Indian knowledge, Indian information. So there is a big threat to Indian research. That is why these clone journals are attacking only the Indian research scholars. Specifically, I'll show you some of the websites that they're talking about UGC Care Group to multidisciplinary and all. So this is the main reason that we are unable to catch them. We know them that they are here, and awareness is the key to success, but this is the main reason that the IP address is not here, so those cannot be blocked. But yes, a couple of them has been blocked. At the moment, there are 83 clone journals. Out of 83, I suppose 35 has been blocked. But 50 are still existing, and many more will be coming to target the Indian research scholars because we are their targets, and they know that we publish poor, we do not publish good research, and we are not very much keen to do much in research. But yes, we are looking for jobs. We want to be professor, we want to be assistant professor, we want to be guides, and then many more things that we are expecting, but that's not there. So I am now going for my presentation. I think I've shown this presentation many times. Today I will directly go to the work that I do. So there is no presentation. I will just share a small video with you, the recent coverage by a news channel on the work that we are doing. Yesterday also, Aaj-Tak, I am in Delhi at my in-laws place. So yesterday also we met the Aaj-Tak team, and they covered me on the medical research, the fraud in medical research, because in medical research, there is National Medical Council guidelines, but they are not being followed by some of the medical journals also. But I'm not showing you that story. I'm showing you the different story where the Aaj-Tak and the India Today has covered us for 5 minutes. It's a very interesting story. I'm just sharing my screen so that you can see that. So let me have that settings. Okay, here it is. I'm sharing my screen. I'm stopping my video because of the bandwidth issue, but I'm sharing my screen and I will be showing you the video first. Remember, just confirm, can you hear the sound?
Yes.
You can hear it and see it, ma'am. Everything,
Yeah.
no? Yeah, thank you, thank you.
युवाओं के सपने से खेलने का नया जरिया सामने आया है। फर्जी जर्नल और फर्जी रिसर्च पेपर छात्रों को धोखा देकर पैसे ऐंठने का तरीका बनता जा रहा है। जर्नल के नाम पर जो खेल हो रहा है उसे समझना बेहद जरूरी है, क्योंकि ये खेल युवाओं के भविष्य के साथ साथ उनकी जेब से भी हो रहा है। पर यह खेल हो कैसे रहा है, ये समझने के लिए पहले जान लीजिए कि ये जर्नल एक खास तरह की पत्रिका होती है जिसमें किसी खास विषय से जुड़े रिसर्च पेपर्स छपते हैं। पीएचडी करने वाले छात्रों के लिए कम से कम 2 रिसर्च पेपर जर्नल में छपवाना जरूरी होता है, तभी यूजीसी छात्रों को पीएचडी की डिग्री देता है। यूजीसी यानी यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रांट कमीशन ने जिन जर्नल को मान्यता दी है, रिसर्च पेपर उसी जर्नल में छपना चाहिए। यूजीसी के इसी नियम का फायदा कुछ जालसाज उठाते जा रहे हैं। असल में इन जर्नल्स में रिसर्च पेपर छपवाना मुश्किल होता है। पूरी जांच परख के बाद ही पेपर छपते हैं। प्रक्रिया लंबी होती है। यहीं पर कुछ जालसाज छात्रों को शॉर्टकट का लालच देते हैं। कुछ हजार रुपए के एवज में जर्नल में रिसर्च पेपर छपवाने का भरोसा दिलाते हैं और कई बार छात्र इनके झांसे में भी फंस जाते हैं।
जैसा एक नकली वेबसाइट बना लेते हैं, तो आपको लगता है कि आप नकली वेबसाइट को ओरिजिनल समझ के काम करना शुरू कर देते हैं और आपको लगता है कि आपका पेपर बहुत अच्छे जर्नल में पब्लिश हो गया और आपको बहुत अच्छी शोध कर ली और आपको लाइफ में बहुत आगे जाने का मौका मिलेगा, लेकिन ऐसा होता नहीं है।
ये ऐसे जर्नल होते हैं जिनकी वेबसाइट पर अगर आप जाएं तो न तो इनका कोई पता मिलेगा और न ही इनकी संपादकीय टीम की कोई जानकारी होगी। इसीलिए ये ऑनलाइन दिख तो जाएंगे पर इन्हें ट्रैक करना मुश्किल होता है और खुद छात्र से तहकीकात तक नहीं हो पाती। इसका फायदा उठाते हुए ये वेबसाइट्स किसी भी तरह का रिसर्च छापने का ऑफर देते हैं और रिसर्च छापने के एवज में पैसे वसूलते हैं। लेकिन छात्रों को ये बाद में समझ आता है कि यहाँ छपी रिसर्च का कोई मतलब ही नहीं है, क्योंकि उन्हें यूजीसी मान्यता ही नहीं देगा।
ये जो क्लोन्ड और प्रीडेटरी जर्नल्स है, 1 घंटे में, कई बार आधे घंटे में आपका पेपर पब्लिश कर देते हैं। आप इनको पेपर भेजें, इनको मेल करके भेज दीजिए कि हमें पैसे फटाफट देने को तैयार हैं। जैसे आप इनको पैसे देंगे, बिना पढ़े आपका पेपर पब्लिश कर देंगे और फिर जब आप उसको जाकर चेक करोगे, वो एक क्लोन्ड वेबसाइट पे होगा और जब यूनिवर्सिटी अथॉरिटी डिग्री देने के लिए आपका पेपर चेक करेगी ओरिजिनल वेबसाइट पे, वहां वो पढ़ा ही नहीं होगा।
फर्जी या क्लोन्ड जर्नल पर लगाम लगाने के लिए यूजीसी केयर बनाया गया है, जहां क्लोन जर्नल की जानकारी दी जाती है और मांगी जाती है। लेकिन इनकी तादाद इतनी ज्यादा है कि सभी का पता लगाना आसान नहीं है। फिर भी अगर छात्र थोड़ी सावधानी बरते तो वो बच सकते हैं।
ये एक जर्नल है जिसका नाम है ऑट। ये ऑट जर्नल की जो वेबसाइट है, ये इस वेबसाइट पे ही आपको कमियां मिल जाएंगी। चोर आपको यही बैठा हुआ मिल जाएगा वेबसाइट पर। अब पकड़ना कैसे है, इसमें गलतियां क्या क्या हैं। सबसे पहले देखिए, आप जब कॉन्टैक्ट डिटेल्स में जाएंगे, यहाँ आपको किसी का आता पता नहीं मिलेगा। आपको पता ही नहीं है ये कौन लोग हैं, इनके बारे में कोई एड्रेस ही नहीं है। और यही आप किसी ओरिजिनल जर्नल पे जाएंगे, आपको सारी चीजें कॉन्टैक्ट अस में मिल जाएंगी। दूसरी चीज, आप एडिटोरियल बोर्ड में जाएंगे, नकली नाम दिए होते हैं। इन लोगों को खुद नहीं पता होता कि इनके नाम यहाँ पर है। ये देखिए, कट कॉपी पेस्ट करके ओरिजिनल ईमेल आईडीज यहाँ पे है ही नहीं उनके, तो उन लोगों को भी नहीं पता कि उनका नाम यहाँ पे लगा दिया गया है।
जर्नल में रिसर्च पेपर छापने का झांसा देकर छात्रों से हजारों रुपए वसूले जाते हैं। नकली लेटर भी इशू किए जाते हैं, लेकिन इसका भारी नुकसान छात्रों को ही उठाना पड़ता है। रिसर्च पेपर का ये खेल छात्रों के साथ शिक्षकों के करियर के लिए भी घातक है। आपको बता दें कि कॉलेज में शिक्षक की नौकरी पाने के लिए एपीआई यानी एकेडमिक परफॉर्मेंस इंडेक्स बहुत अहम होता है। एपीआई के लिए जर्नल में रिसर्च पेपर छपना बहुत जरूरी होता है। इसी के आधार पर उनको इंटरव्यू में पॉइंट्स मिलते हैं। इसके अलावा शिक्षकों के प्रमोशन भी एपीआई के आधार पर ही होते हैं। यूजीसी ने जर्नल में आर्टिकल छपवाने की प्रक्रिया हाई क्वालिटी रिसर्च के लिए की है, लेकिन कुछ लोगों ने इसे मुनाफे का धंधा बना लिया। हालांकि इसका दोहरा नुकसान है।
साफ तौर पर शायद यही वजह है कि इंटरनेशनली जब रिसर्च देखा जाता है भारत को, तब उसमें साइटेशन ना के बराबर होता है। यानी इंडिया के रिसर्च को विदेशों में तकरीबन 3% सिर्फ साइटेशन है। तो साफ तौर पर अंदाजा लगाइए कि किस तरह से ये फ्रॉडस्टर्स, ये जालसाज, ये शोध के शिकारी शोध को डेंट कर रहे हैं।
अगर रिसर्च करने वाले छात्र सावधान रहे और जर्नल की वेबसाइट को बारीकी से देखें और समझें तो इस फर्जीवाड़े से बचा जा सकता है। अगर आपको भी किसी फर्जी जर्नल की जानकारी मिलती है तो जरूर उसकी जानकारी यूजीसी को दें। इससे छात्रों के साथ होने वाला धोखा रोका जा सकेगा। दिल्ली से राम किंकर सिंह के साथ ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, गुड न्यूज टुडे।
Right. I hope you have seen that video now. So we will be giving answer and questions also, discussions also. I will now also be showing you the impact factor. That question was also there, that what is the impact factor and how to go for that. So basically, I have to clear your doubts on impact factor, that the impact factor is wholly a thing which has to be done by the Clarivate only. So I'm writing impact factor here. And you will see that impact factor can only be given by the Clarivate. So, and there is a formula also, and I'll clear your doubts about the impact factor and site score also, that what is site score and what is impact factor. So this is the link. I am putting that link in the chat box so that you can read also. And I will also be showing you some of the images of impact factor formula so that there is no doubt in your mind on impact factor from today onwards. So impact factor formula, I'll go to the images. Only Clarivate on this planet can give the impact factor. If a journal is Clarivate or Web of Science indexed, only then. So Professor Nair was saying that impact factor, yes, he was absolutely right, because fraud journals will show you the impact factor more than 10. In social sciences, one is also a very, very good impact factor. Our journal, Journal of Content, Community and Communication, which is the only journal at the moment in media from Indian University in Scopus, is having 0.9 at the moment. From the last 6 years, we are working hard. Now it's the 7th year. So it's not easy to have the impact factor, which can be more than 1 or 2 in social sciences. But once a journal is saying in social sciences that it has an impact factor of 4 and 5, you need to check that journal and please see that it should be from Clarivate. Nobody else can use the word impact factor. We are also not using the word impact factor on our journal. It is the site score. So the difference is site score is by Scopus, which is this formula. Impact factor is this formula, which is by the JCR, that is the Web of Science. So site score gives you, you get your site score every month. It is reflecting of your journal's value in that academic market. Impact factor is an yearly affair. So every year you will get an impact factor. Site score is a monthly impact factor. So these are the documents that they discuss in site score, and these are the documents that they discuss in impact factor. So you need to be very, very careful from today, as Professor Nair has told, that impact factor might be fraud in some of the journals, which are cloned as well as predatory. I will show you more live examples, but impact factor I needed to clear. So if you have anybody, any question, you can ask on impact factor right now. Let's not wait for the workshop to end. It would be good if you can have this discussion right now. So anybody, any question related to impact factor or to the checking of the website or anything related to that. I will show you more live examples. There are not much slides. I'm not into slides today. So I will be giving you all the things live, and fact checks will be there on the spot. So impact factor, be very careful. All other impact factor are misleading. I would like to tell you that at the moment we have got 5 copyrights. Amity University has got 5 copyrights where I applied those 5 copyrights, and we have got all these 5 copyrights where we have copyrighted the work that we are doing, that how to catch fake predatory and clone journals, how to catch the fraud impact factors, and how to catch the other related things. We got 5 copyright recently this month on the same issue. So that work is now our own work, where we will be producing this work with everybody, and you can give us a citation and can use that. So there is a technology that we have made for the copywriting. So any question related to impact factor also in your mind, you can ask it right now. Anybody. You can write in the chat box and QA, or you can unmute if you have the permission to unmute, or you can write in the chat box or in the QA section. So be very, very careful. Impact factor is only used by Web of Science. Even Scopus cannot use the word impact factor. Okay, so there is one in Q&A. If I'm a publisher, can I get the impact factor by paying money? Yes, you can get the impact factor by paying money from fraud companies. There are companies like ISI, DRGI, SIRGI. There are around 25 companies, fraud companies. You pay them, they will give you the impact factor, whatever you want. They can give you 9, they can give you 7. For the impact factor, there is a methodology, there is a formula. So this is a formula. In 2017-18, how many papers you have published divided by 2019? There is a formula to do it. And fraud companies do not use that formula. You pay to them, they will give you any impact factor, and you put that on your journal, and then that journal put that on their website, and then the website started earning that they got the 7.9. This is what Nair sir said. You need to check the impact factor. And impact factor word they cannot use. It is the copyright word of Web of Science. If at all anybody is using the word impact factor, this is a direct copyright infringement case on them. So Abdul, I think I got you clear. So this is very, very important for you to understand that there is nothing like that while paying. If you pay, you will get a fraud impact factor from fraud companies. And yes, there are fraud companies also. Earlier there was a link, now that link has been blocked, where the name of the fraud company was being written there. At the moment, that link is disabled. Otherwise, there is a list of around 25 to 30 companies which are doing this impact factor thing. Next thing, Google Scholar also. I will clear your doubts on Google Scholar. Everybody is the fan of Google Scholar. I don't say that Google Scholar is not good, but going to Google Scholar for everything will sometimes take you into trouble. So Google Scholar, this is how you go to Google Scholar. Simply you go to Google Scholar, but Google Scholar has no algorithm to check the papers of a cloned as well as a predatory journal. So you go to Google Scholar, and if you type a journal named Ot, which I've just shown you in the video, is a cloned journal, you will see the papers of cloned journal in Google Scholar. So the basic purpose is to corrupt the Indian research scholar so that they get citation. So once a cloned journal paper, which is a fraud paper, a fraud journal, a fraud research, gets into your own research, gets into your bloodstream, you will also get infected. So this is the main purpose of these cloned journals, to ruin the Indian academics in the next 4 or 5 years. In the year 2025, when everybody will be well acknowledged about Indian research, Indian economy, and India doing well after the corona pandemic, everything, they will say, no, this is a research that we have produced. Now, and they will search every paper of us. And then there will be retractions, as Pradeep Nair sir has said. And then those retractions will be very bad on everybody, because your bloodstream has also cloned journals in them. So Google Scholar is also not helping us while catching them. So you can see these cloned papers are there, and they have got cited also. If you click on them, you will see some of them are cited in good research, right? So these are some of the problems that I will be showing you live. So I have some more questions. Okay, so it means before publishing, if a publisher is having an impact factor, we can ask them. Yes, Abdul, you have to ask for proof. Everything has to be proof now. Do not ask for you proof. They will keep on selling you. They'll keep on fooling you and selling you bad things. So you need to have the proof. If you are publishing with a print journal, please be careful. Print journal can never have the impact factor. There is no print journal which have the impact factor. For impact factor, it has to be an online journal. It has to be into the databases of Clarivate, not even Scopus, because impact factor is a word of Clarivate. Be very, very careful now onwards for the impact factor. For print, there is no impact factor. And for online, if there is impact factor, you need to ask for the proof or go to the Web of Science resources and download this JCR. I am going to Web of Science resources right now, and I'll show you how you can download this, which is free of cost, the impact factor thing. So mjl.clarivate.com, create your free account. I have created, you can create now, login. I'm logging in. You can log in with your Gmail ID. It is very easy and free. And then I will take you to the JCR. So let's go to login. Sign in. Here it is. Sign in. I'm signing in, and it will take you to some of the steps here, and go to downloads here. And here it is, JCR 2021. So this is free for you to download. Be very careful. ESCI journals will never get any impact factor. Only these 3 categories will get the impact factor: SCIE, SSCI, AHCI. And one more thing, UGC CARE does not recognize EHCI at all. The journals which are in ESCI, they are not recognized by UGC CARE 2. Yes, they are in Web of Science, but they are not considered by UGC CARE Group 2. So these journals usually misuse that concept. Vidya Bharati International Journal of Interdisciplinary Research misuse that concept and said to everybody that they are in UGC CARE Group 2. They were not. They were in the zoological records. So zoological records are these. So zoological records and other records are also not recognized by the UGC CARE Group 2. So they miscommunicated. So now this journal is removed. So how can I say that? You can go to the UGC CARE. Everything is there in UGC CARE in black and white. So I have logged in. Once you have logged in, you go to the Group 2 list. And once you click on Group 2 list, here it is. Only these 3 categories are acceptable. All other are not. So how can I say that? Let's go to the FAQ. Question number 16 will clear all your doubts on that. Are journals included in the ESCI are in UGC CARE list? Journals included in ESCI are not part of the UGC CARE list Group 2. You can take the screenshot and you can say it to the people, and it is for every university and for us to understand that ESCI and all other databases are not at all indexed. Only 3, AHCI, SCIE, and SSCI are counted in UGC CARE Group 2. So Web of Science might have 13, 14 types of indexing, but not everyone is counted in UC Care. In UC Care, only these 3 are counted. And only these 3 are having the impact factor. ESCI journals will not have any impact factor. You can download it for free. It is for you. Okay, so there are some more questions. Okay, suggest an alternative to Google Scholar. So an alternative to Google Scholar is that you go to Scopus databases for your university, or you go to the Web of Science databases from your university access. You just cannot buy them alone, or you can use the Google Scholar, just see from where they're giving you the paper. If you have a list of the cloned journals with you, whenever you see or search a paper, you see that it should not get into your bloodstream, into your research from a cloned journal. Yes, there are good papers also on Google Scholar, but Google Scholar has no algorithm to stop bad things in them also. So goodness and the badness is on you to check. So you have to check it on your own if you do not have any other alternative like Scopus and Web of Science. So Google Scholar you need to do. Okay, so Preeti has written, so I have a recording of your academic integrated research. Okay. My question is about the research guides who publish their papers in clone or predator journals while doing their PhD. So how the scholars get out of this? So yesterday, I think you heard me on Friday, on Saturday. Okay, Preeti, you heard me on Saturday on Turnitin's workshop. So again, the steps are the same, and it is up to us that how we have to save the. I have given you the steps. I will once again show you the steps. The point is that academic integrity is the need of the hour. And you need to put a lot of work on your PhD. If you think that your PhD can be done in 3 years or 3.5 years, yes, but it needs a lot of work. So at least it needs 4 to 5 years, and start thinking about writing from the first 6 months as and when your coursework is completed. And once your coursework is completed and you have cleared all your exams, then started thinking about the review paper on review of literature. One paper should come out of from your review of literature. It is very, very important to publish your review of literature so that you should have the gap or the gray area with you on which you are doing your PhD. So do not wait for the 3rd or the 4th year to come in front of you and then run around for the PhD paper to be published. And yes, if the guide is poor, that is a sheer bad luck. And I'm very pertinent about that. Yes, some of the guides are really very poor. They don't know that how to give the knowledge to their students, because they do not know how they have done the PhD also. Some of them, if you check their publication, if you check their thesis, they don't even know the name of their thesis now. So yes, it is a problem which we are facing and everywhere because of so much of the so much of the recklessness not to have NET as a main subject for the qualification has ruined the Indian academics for research, because it is not easy to clear the NET exam. It gives you an overall growth to have that NET exam. So now they said that now the PhDs can directly become professors or something like that. So yes, you can become that, but NET is a basic minimum qualification to become an assistant professor. But you can become a professor without that. So this is the agony here, that you can become a professor without the NET, but for assistant professor, you need to have NET. And you cannot have a professor before you have an assistant professor, associate professor. So the whole line of discussion is there. So yes, there are certain points that with which we are making the scholars get out of this trap and be in touch. So Preeti, we can help each other in getting out of that. So Abdullah has written, it means before publishing, if a publisher is having an impact factor, we need. Yes, Abdullah, I have replied to it that we need to ask. Okay, Amrita, thanks. So everyone is focusing on Scopus Index Journal, and colleges are asking to publish in sponsored being research scholar. We are no. Let me clear your doubt on the money first. So it is a very, very burning issue: where to pay, when to pay, whom to pay, and how to pay. So there are 5 types of open access journal, 4 or 5 types of open access journal. First is the platinum or gold open access journal. So our journal, Journal of Content, Community and Communication, is a platinum open access journal where you publish your papers for free. Some of the MIT people, some of the MIT research scholars have published with us. You can ask them. We do not charge anything. Everything is free, and your paper will go to the Scopus databases for free. So this is called the platinum open access. You can also download the paper for free on your own. You can click on any paper and you can download that paper for free. Like this, it is there. So this is called platinum open access model, and many journals are coming up with this model. The second model that where now the APC is involved, where now the money is involved, is gold open access model. I'll give you an example of this journal. There are plethora of gold open access journal, but I'll give you this example. Emerald, I'm the brand ambassador for them also on the honorary basis. They don't give me any money. It's on the honorary basis that I follow their South Asian products and all. So this is, now look at this journal. International Journal of Climate Change Strategies and Management. So now this journal has written upfront here that they will ask you for the APC. So this is the APC, $3,000 or whatever is the money. I'm not going at the money. So now the APC is being asked. So it's up to you whether to publish them with or not. It is written upfront. All the international journals will write this on upfront. I'll show you another thing. Another journal, Big Data and Society, is a SAGE journal. It's a very, very reputed and renowned journal. It was currently, last year it was at number 1. Now it is at number 7 or number 9. So if you go to the journal description, they will also ask for the dollars, the APC. So the money is involved is clearly written. And they'll also written that authors who do not have funding for open access publishing can request a waiver from the publisher. And all the money has to be paid after getting into the acceptance letter mode. So now the question comes at how to arrange that money and what to do. So you preferably go into the open access model, which are platinum. And if you're going to gold open access, after you pay the money, who will be happy? We will be happy because we will be able to download the papers for free. So if I go to this journal, I can download any paper for free. If I go to SAGE journal, I can download any paper for free. And you will get more citation as being said by these journals. Usually citation depends upon the work that you do. If you're doing a really good work, you will get more and more citations. But yes, open access journals are easy to download and they're easily reachable. So I would be easily giving them more citations in my research work because I know them that they're freely accessible. So this model is called the Gold Open Access model, right? Where the APC has to be paid, or there will be, or you can have some kind of request to them that you are unable to pay or you want to pay the half of the money. So the third model is the hybrid model where they will ask you whether you want to pay or not. So I have recently published an online journal paper in ABDC B category where I am the corresponding author. This is the paper. So you cannot see this paper. If you have to read the full text, they will, just a thing. If you have to read the full text, they will ask you to pay them, I think $18. Let's see how much they're asking. So $10 is the amount. So now before working with them, they asked us, before publishing, they asked us, Dr. Nula, I was the corresponding author. Dr. Nula, would you like to have the APC or free? I said, I would like to go for free. They said, then your paper will be for 2 years under paywall. And for 2 years, they will earn from my research and then it will come into the open market. I said, okay, no problems. Now I'm getting lesser citation, but the cost was 1200 USD. We were unable to pay 1200 USD. We said, okay, the journal is good. It's a B category journal in ABDC category. So we wanted that because aiming high is the part of everybody's life and that's ours also. So that we then publish and then it is there. Now it is under lock and key. Nobody is paying $10 to read my research. The paper is with me for free. I can send it to you. You can cite it also. But I don't know who these people are, those who are working in this area. So this means that my research is paywalled. So this model is called hybrid research model. So if everybody is saying that paise lagte hain, it's a bad thing. You need to understand that where to pay, when to pay. Money has to be paid to good publishers, not to standalone publishers like fraud publishers. There are standalone publishers like IAME publications and other related publishers. Those who ask for money, those who run after money, or those who are predatory, and they will never give you any details of the money that you give to them. I'll give you one more example and one more agency. That is DOAJ. So that is Directory of Open Access Journal. You go to this agency, they are the open global trusted ones. Yes, in the journals which they will be showing you will be a different kind of journals, but you can see here 12,000 journals without APCs. So it's written there that there are 12,000 journals at the moment which are open access and do not ask for any APC. So the concept of APC is a very, very good concept. It's not bad to pay, but it's not compulsory to pay. There are in the moment at the word 12,000 journals which are without the APC and open access. So why not to go for that? If you click here, you can go and you can see here the subjects also. So like I can say that if I want to see the social sciences, at the moment 2,400 journals which are open access as well as do not ask the APC. Now that you have to check that whether they are indexed in Scopus or not, whether they are in Web of Science or not. But yes, they are in DOAJ. That is the Directory of Open Access Journal. It is very difficult to take the license. If you go to the apply column here and if you look at their application form, it is very, very difficult to clear that application form. But there is one anomaly with them also, that they do not check the quality of the research papers. They check the quality of the journal, that the journal complies with all these 7 questions, but they do not know what is journal publishing. So it is very, very carefully checked, but you need to carefully check on your own also. And yes, we have started the helpline also. I'm writing that helpline in the chat box for everybody. You can write to us for anything and we will get back to you in 48 hours with full information. If that journal is on planet Earth, we can catch it for you and we'll give you the right information. We have the access to Web of Science. We have the access to Scopus, AVDC, UGC Care, NAS, ABS, any data or any journal, we can get back to you on that. So I think your doubts on APC and open access are quite clear. You can ask now questions on that. I'm reading the chat box or the QA thing. Okay, Neha has asked that everybody is asking about the Scopus research. And okay, Scopus research is important because they need to have some kind of standard in our research. UGC Care list is not that enough for us to reach to the level of good research. So UGC Care list is there. UGC Care list 1 is basically for the journals which are the languages journals, which are the print journals, and which are somehow the kind of, you can say, the journals which do not belong to everybody into the international arena of research. So UGC Care list is also appropriate, but yes, if you want to go for the global standards, you need to reach to the standards of SSCI or SCI or ASCI journals or Scopus Index journals to showcase your research and to showcase your work that we are doing. That is what that I try to say in all my workshops, that this is now the need of the hour, and this is possible with the usage of the softwares which we use, the Smart PLS, SPSS, NVivo, Citavis 6, Mendeley, EndNote, Sky.ai or Atlas.ai. There are a plethora of software which are coming up. Now, the latest one is RStudio. If you can plug in RStudio into your research work, then there will be definitely good things will come out from your research. I know some of the research scholars are doing well in ESCO Noida, which Ankit has published a paper on NVivo that he took the training, and Ruhi ma'am has also published with the NVivo training that they are doing. So now the next level is going for the quantification also, and use some of the data of the quantification that we can see. So Scopus would be the need of the hour, Neha, at the moment. There is nothing to avoid UGC Care. One paper can be from UGC Care, but one from the Scopus in our databases is like that. Okay, anybody, any question at the moment on open access? I think your doubts are clear. Now you won't pay to the journals, paying to them, and if you pay, you ask for their recognition and from where they are publishing, what is the impact factor. Because if you look at this journal is asking for money, but if you scroll down this journal here, original journal, it will give you the full information. They are in Scopus also. The site score is at the moment 5.6 is a good number, and the impact factor is 2.645. And they are in DOAJ also. So they are almost everywhere. So to pay in these kind of journals will always give you more citations, and your research will be more transparent for the people. And even if you go to this journal, let's see the status of this journal. Abstracting and indexing, big data and society. Here it is. It is in Scopus, and let's see that what's the. It is at the moment 8. In social sciences, 8 means very, very good. And that is a site score. Right? And they are in SSCI also. You can imagine that they're in Clarivate also. Right. So Abdul Rahman is asking, APC help to publish paper? No. APC will not help you to publish your paper faster. It is the fees that they take to sustain the journal. It is not easy to sustain or to run a journal for free. Our university is a big university, we can do it. But to run a university, to run a journal, it is very, very costly affair. You need to maintain the website. You need to have the publication cost with you. You need to have the cost of Crossref with you to give the DOI to everybody. That is a digital object identifier number to all the research papers. So it's not an easy affair, it's a costly affair. So to maintain and sustain the publishing, those who are only the publishers, we have so many other things to do, so we can arrange the money from here and there, from the student fees and from others. But for the publisher, the publishing is the only thing. They have a lot of employees working together. And to maintain the standard of this website, you can see it's not easy. So that is why they will ask you for the APC. So APC will never ever assure you anything or like early publication. Yes, standalone publisher, fraud publishers, and predatory publisher will publish in 2 hours, in 2 days, or in 1 day after taking the money on the pretext of APC. APC is article processing charges, which is usually being taken by higher end publisher, like bigger publishers. But standalone publishers are misusing this concept and are taking APC on the pretext of publishing early, but usually they are predatory or cloned journals. So that is why I've given you that email ID. You can get back to us on that. So I think everybody is clear on APC. Let me now show you some of the examples of a clone journal. So clone journal, just look at this. My favorite example is this Ot journal. Because the website is not closed, we cannot close it. The website is from, you can say, Singapore and all. This website I usually show, you can see a poorly maintained website with no color combinations and all. And the doubts comes when you click on the contact detail. 100% fraud information, and all the cloned as well as predatory websites will never give you the right information or the full information. You can see nothing is there. You go to the editorial board, only the names are there. So now if you look at the original journal, if we look at the original journal, and if we go to the editorial team, just look at their editorial team. So everybody's email IDs are given. Even if it is a Gmail ID, no issues in that, but official email IDs are also there. So editor is some professor and it has the official email ID. So now in a fraud journal, you find like this. And if you go to the call for paper, you will see all the areas. A journal cannot be a multidisciplinary journal. I usually say it. A journal cannot be a multidisciplinary journal. You can have an interdisciplinary journal. Interdisciplinary is there. The journals, our journal theme, I'll show you the theme of our journal, call for paper. It is an interdisciplinary theme that we have taken up. Just look at customer, technology, communication, culture, a tripartite relationship to build brand visibility, a quantitative approach. So you can have interdisciplinary research, and people are doing interdisciplinary research, but you can see in these kind of fraud journals, every area is there, multidisciplinary. How can you have the agriculture, management, pharmacy, and architecture paper together? So 110% it's a fraud website. And then if you click on the home page, you will see multidisciplinary UEC Care Active. Yes, it is a UEC Care Active journal, but this is not the original website. Even the logo of UGC cannot be used without the written permission. It's a copyright infringement. Nowadays, we are filing a lot of copyright, so we have more information about the copyright also. So this is a blatant, direct infringement of copyrights. So they can be sued also, this website, but we don't know from where they are operating. And you can see the submission last date throughout the year, they misuse that. In international journals also it is throughout the year, but they misuse this concept, then acceptance status and related things. Now, where is the original journal? We will take the help of the Scopus databases because it's a Scopus index journal. We'll go to the Scopus databases. You can enter the Scopus databases with your Gmail ID, and you can enter with your university ID also. I'm signing in. So at the moment, I'm entering with my remote access of the university database. So you can see, I will now go to sources. And here I will type Ot. So Ot will give us more information, and Scopus will self-populate it because it's a Scopus index journal. So Scopus has self-populated us. Ot. You can see it's a philosophy journal here. And what we saw was that every subject, it cannot be every subject journal. There will be no multidisciplinary journal in this world. It is interdisciplinary. And you can see La Nuova Italia Editais. And then if you see the content coverage also, only 27 documents, 58 documents, that number is also high. And here is the source homepage. When you click on source homepage, it will take you to the original journal, which is in Italy, publishing in Italian language from Italy. So this is the original journal. And what we saw was the fraud one. Another one. I'll show you 3 examples only. There are linty, then I will give you the link because there is much more to tell you on predatory also. So this is another journal, Journal of Xi'an University. This is again a clone journal. They have taken a screenshot of Scopus and stating that they are in UC Care. Again, you go to contact, there will be no detail. Again, you go to the current issue, there will be useless papers. You go to the editorial board, no proper information, running with a Gmail ID and a shady kind of website which has no color combinations and attractiveness. So copy this name, go to Scopus databases, go to sources and put their name here, and Scopus will self-populate and will take you to the original website. Self-populated here, clicked here, It will give you information. It is basically a Chinese journal and architecture area journal from China in Chinese press. And you can see this is the information. The science press is from China. The name is also in Chinese. Here you click on source homepage. It will take you to the original website. So this is the original website. And what we saw was the fraud website. This was the fraud website. Now I'll show you one more. Agium. Agium is basically a Belgium journal published from Belgium in Belgium language, but you can see now the website is fraud. You can see that you can catch it on your own. Now I'm just giving you 6 points. These 6 pointers, I'm highlighting it for you. As and when you see any of them together, 110% it's a clone journal. So what are these points? Submission last date will be throughout the year. Acceptance status will be 24 hours. Can you believe that? 24 hours acceptance status. They're literally the fraud ones. Publication within 24 hours. Can you believe that? They're doing it because they know that Indian research scholars are naive. We do not know how to publish. We really want to publish, but we do not know. Our doubts are not clear. We are in a hurry, and they misuse that hurry and give us the publication in 24 hours. And some journals are giving the publication in back dates also. That we can also catch. I'll show you that how we can catch that. Frequency, you can see 12 issues they will return. Areas covered, they will write multidisciplinary, and submit articles will be through the Gmail ID. They will always use the personal email IDs. They will never run with an organizational email ID. Now, the usually questions comes to us, why can't they make good websites? They are into money making. They will always make a shady or a poor kind of website. That is why they have to save the money. And most of them are illiterate. If they have a very literate people, they could have made a good website also. But they are not, because they are into the fraud. Fraud people will not give you the best of the things. So the website will be looking like that. And these are the 6 points which you always see. There is one more, there are plethora, but there is one more journal which is very important. It's a Russian journal publishing from Russian language in Russia. At the time it is in Clarivate as Web of Science. But the website you can see is again a shady and a dubious kind of website. And again, you can see acceptance status 24 hour, even he can't write status for full. And 12 issues and 40, there will be grammatical errors. There will be a lot of errors on these kind of fraud journals. Okay, anybody, any question related to cloned ones? And then I'll show you more. Amit Mishra, how many research papers should a research scholar write? It depends from university to university. In our university it is 2. I think in Noida also it is 2. So I think minimum 2 is the requirement. So there was one more question. Sir, some peer-reviewed journals has good impact factor, but not listed. So I need to check those impact factors. If they are peer-reviewed, they are in Clarivate. How can a peer-reviewed journal will have the impact factor and not in Clarivate, Neha? I've just cleared your doubt on that. If a journal is not in Clarivate, it is giving you wrong impact factor from somebody else's company, which is not recognized. If it is an impact factor, it has to be in Clarivate. And if it is in Clarivate, that means it is in some database. You getting my point? So you need to be very, very carefully understand that. Please provide information on interdisciplinary. So interdisciplinary, I have just shown you the example that how people are working interdisciplinary. I am also working interdisciplinary. Multidisciplinary is like a management journal, a medical journal publishing the papers of management in it. I will show you those live examples also of these fraud multidisciplinary journals. So no issues in that. Okay, anybody else? Any question or anything? I'm checking the chat box and the question answer. Okay, I think nothing at the moment. So no issues. So I have shown you some of the clone journals. There is a list also. I will straight away take you to that list. That list has been made by the UGC. You can also participate in that list. This is an alert, group 1 and group 2. Group 2 are the international journals. On the left-hand side are the original. On the right-hand side are the fraud ones. So at the moment, there are 45 journals which have been cloned. Left and right, you can see the right are the original ones. And now how you can report, you can go to contact and you can also report here. Report cloned journal, give your details, and UC Care team will get back to you. And mostly they add the journals after their own verification process. So it is very, very important to become a whistleblower on your own and catch these journals and name and shame them. We have the list of group 1 journal also. These are the Indian journals which were cloned of languages like Punjabi, Hindi, Marathi, Bengali, Telugu, Kannada. All these languages were being cloned, journals were being cloned. And yes, there are some of the predatory journals also which were removed from the databases. Kalas rover now has been removed from the latest discontinued list. And this Kala was also here, the predatory one. Somebody else published on their behalf. Although they don't have the URL, somebody made the URL for some time and published some of the research papers on their behalf. So Pura Kala and Sambodhi, and I think 45 and 37. At the moment, 37 journals of UCKR list 1 are cloned. Out of 37, I think 30 websites are closed. 7 are still working because of the IP address are not from India. So now what UGCKR speaks about it, that is also very important for you to know that what UGCKR speaks about it in publishing in cloned journals. So let's read it together. UGC, UGCKR and CPE bear no responsibility for consequences that may arise from researchers publishing in cloned journals. So ये अब आपकी अपनी जिम्मेवारी है अगर आपको इसके consequences भुगतने पड़ते हैं. You need to be carefully see that why you are publishing wrong journals and bad journals and how to avoid yourself from them. And there is something new which has come up is here, delisted journals from group 2. So UCKR has got a lot of complaint in January, and according to their protocols, these journals does not fit into the category of UCKR group 2, even if they are in Scopus or even if they are in Scopus or they are in Web of Science. Even then they are removed from UCKR group 2. Why? Because of the predatory exercises in them. Here it is. You can see UCKR has received complaints about several journals which are not following the standard publishing practices. And here it is. Right? And these are the 8 names that are there. So Turkish journal, Rupkatha journal, and other 7-4 journals which have been removed. They might be in Scopus, but removed from the databases. And how you can reach to the group 1 on the left, you can see I'm scrolling it, recently discontinued list, and there is a list of January 2022, 14 journals have been removed from the Scopus, from the UCKR list 1 also. Kalas rover is the one. Ebong Mahua is also the one, and you can see these 14 names. So these keeps on updating. It is a dynamic list, but once removed will not be added later than 1 year or so on. So you need to be very, very careful, understand that. Do not publish with the journal which does not belong to your area, right? You might get success for a small part of time, but later on it will be kind of, retraction would be very, very bad, and it can harm your academic career as well as your PhD. I will show you that notice of 16th September 2019. Okay, this notice is not the 14th June 2019 notice, which I usually send to almost everybody, where it has been simply written. I'm zooming it for you. Any publications in predatory dubious journals or representations in predatory dubious journals should not be considered for academic credit for selection, confirmation, promotion, performance appraisal, award of scholarship or academic degree. With immediate effect, this is UCKR will be accepted. Any attempt of compromised academic integrity should be challenged, questioned, and de-recognized at all levels. Vice chancellors, selection committees, research supervisors, guides, and such other experts involved in academic evaluation assessments are hereby advised that they must ensure that their decisions are primarily based on quality of research work and not merely a number of publications. So that is there. This notice is very, very important for you to have it with you. Okay, anybody, any question? I can see the chat box. Amrita, okay. Sir, if paper is published in conference book with ISBN number, then we can apply for any journal publication. No, you cannot, because the Turnitin or the other softwares will catch it. Once a paper is online, you cannot republish it anywhere else. So even if it is in a book and that book is not online, you have claimed it somewhere in the ISBN. So please do not republish your paper ever again unless it is all the digital footprints of that paper are removed, which is not easy because Google Scholar will have the paper with it, even if it is a cloned journal. Now, even if you publish in a cloned journal, now you want to withdraw, you will not be able to. The journal will remove your paper because you can give them a threat, but Google Scholar will not remove it. It is still there in Google Scholar. So that is very, very important for us to understand that we have to manage our digital footprints also, that where are we publishing and what we are publishing in the Times. Okay, so now I will be showing you some of the examples of predatory journals cloned. I have shown you there. I think you can catch the cloned journals on your own. It is easier for you to catch them. Now, a unique example. Let me show you some of the retractions first, which Pradeep Nair sir has spoken about. So the latest retraction is of SAGE. SAGE has to retract 122 research papers of a journal. I will show you Springer also. Springer Nature has also retracted 600 research papers because they were actually gibberish. So why this journal? So there is a reason to that. Just look at this story. This is a very interesting story for you to all. That is the International Journal of Electrical Engineering and Education is the name, is by SAGE. It has to retract 122 papers because of clear indicators that the submission or the peer review process for these papers was manipulated. And who manipulated it? Everybody in the corner manipulated. They have fired. You can see they have fired the editor, and the contract has been terminated, and the associate editor has been revoked for a further 6 individuals who have been involved from the editorial board. While the investigation is ongoing, but the papers are removed. So what are the reasons? The reason is that how you can catch also that a journal is doing a bad thing. Just look at the name again. Name is International Journal of Electrical Engineering and Education. But look at the titles. Just look at these 3 titles. I read it for you. Electrical Engineering का journal है. Let's read the titles. इनके title क्या देखें? पहला title है Research on the Evaluation of Urban Design from the Perspective of Public Health under the Background of COVID-19. Nothing to do with the title at all. Nothing to do with the purview of the journal. The Rationality of Physical Fitness Evaluation Index for Cardiorespiratory Fitness in Medical System. Nothing to do with the journal, which is an electrical engineering journal. Role of foreign direct investment as a strategic move towards growth, economic integration, and development. So literally now you can imagine that a subject of coverage was not nearby. Another example. So Springer Nature slabs 400 papers, the expression of concern because they were publishing gibberish. The name of the journal was Arabian Journal of Geoscience. And they were publishing everything which does not come under the purview of the journal. There is one more story on them. So bigger publishers are also getting victimized because of the fraudulent practices. Springer Nature Geosciences journal retracts 44 articles filled with gibberish. Absolutely nonsense. Absolute nonsense was published by them. And you can see that most of them were from India. India is leading in predatory journals as well as in leading in predatory publishing. So this is very, very important for us to understand, not to publish with these kind of journals. Now I will show you 2-3 live examples. First example is European Journal of Molecular and Clinical Medicine. Now here the website is original. So be very, very careful with the predatory one. The website will always be the original one. There is no other website like that. So if you go to this website, everything is clear. But if you go to contact us, again, they will give you no information. So the fraud journals, even if it is a predatory journal with the original website, will never give you the right information. You do not know who these people are. The email ID of chief editor is chiefeditor@ejmcm21@gmail.com. A chief editor is running with the Gmail ID. And when you explore more, you go to the editorial board, they usually pick the names from those countries where there are the maximum victims, like one from the India, one from Sudan, one from Bangladesh, one from Sri Lanka, one from Pakistan. Basically, these are the poor countries or the developing nations where there is a lot of fraud in research during the PhDs and promotions. So they take the names, anybody's name, Dr. AP Singh or Dr. Sumanula can also be written, and then a fraud email ID, Dr. AP Singh 321, and then 234. These kind of email IDs have been made by them. So usually they give the fraud activities on the website only. So the thief is sitting there only, you have to catch it on your own. Now, where is the problem? Now the journal, let's see the purview of that journal. It was earlier a Scopus Index journal, and Scopus has its digital footprints. Let's see what is the area of the journal. It is very, very important for you to understand the area of the journal. So we'll type the name here. European Journal of Molecular and Clinical Medicine. It was in UGC, it was in Scopus. So the footprints were there. Almost all the backdate papers have been removed because every paper was fabricated and plagiarized. Test engineering and management, all the papers are removed. PAL-ARC, all the papers are removed. Solid state technology, all the papers are removed. Why? Because they do the fraud publication. So backdate papers are also removed. So you can see the area. Immunology was the area. Immunology was the area. Content coverage, you can see no papers are there, but on the website there are plethora of papers. So immunology was the area. But once you go to the website and type Bombay Stock Exchange, you will see the papers of Bombay Stock Exchange. The area of the journal is immunology. Just look at these titles. Can you beat that? The titles does not belong to the area or the purview of the journal. So whatever you send to them, whatever useless research, whatever plagiarized research you send to them, they will publish it. right? Another example. 4 I have shown you. Another one is Journal of Critical Reviews. It's a Malaysian journal publishing from a country like Malaysia, but is a predatory journal and published 3,000 research papers in a journal. The papers are still there in the databases, they're not removed, but at the end of the day, it's a fraud journal. So how you can catch the fraud? You go to contact, there will be no details. Even it is from Malaysia, running with a Gmail ID. You go to the editorial board, you will see the people, same country, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, India, South Africa, Pakistan, Nigeria, from where they get the maximum revenue to do the fraud. They put the name here. And if you go to the online first, no papers are there, all are removed, current issue, file not found. So these kind of errors. And usually they give you wrong DOIs, that is a digital object identifier. So how to check that? As and when you check the DOI, you go to DOI.org, and it is very, very important for you to see that your papers should be machine readable and the DOI should run here. Like if I put the DOI here, this is a DOI of our own journal. I'll put it here. It will directly take you to the paper. So wherever that paper is on planet Earth, it will come in front of you like that. So how you get that DOI? For that, you pay Crossref some amount. Crossref made an account of your journal, and then it gives you a lot of metadata you have to fill off your research. Even one single research paper has a lot of metadata to fill, and then they will make all your papers machine readable through this. Like this is an exercise, you get the abbreviation. This is our unique DOI 10.316202JCCC. This is the URL that you follow, you put, and then the information. So the fraud journals will never give you the working DOI. They will give you the DOI. Like I'll give you the example of this fraud journal. So if I go to the most downloaded journal, it's not there. There should be one paper should be there. Most exceed, okay, it's not there. So I can't see any paper at the moment. So if I go to archive, let's go to archive. Yeah. So in archive here, 2022 edition, they have released, although they're out of the Scopus databases. You copy this DOI number. So if you click from here, it will take you to the paper, which is just a PDF. But this is a fraud that they do. Once you copy this number and you put it into DOI.org, there will be an error. So how you check it? You copy this number from here. You go to DOI.org. You copy it here. And then you click on submit. There will be an error. Even if you put one here, there will always be an error because they are frauds. Their DOI will never work. You can see this in error. So that is a problem with them. And DOI is very, very important for us to have to see the good research. And most of the good international publishers will always give you a working DOI. So even if they're asking you the APC and other related things, they will 110% give you the working DOI. That is very, very important for you to understand. Now, anybody, any question, any point you would like to ask? Ma'am, how much time do we have? Because I think up to 5, yes, we have time, or?
So we can go till 4:30 at the max.
At the max. So, okay, so you can let's have the question answers.
We have already covered a lot of questions in between the session.
Right. So if anybody is having any question, please, the forum is yours. I have shown you the examples. Usually my workshop is of 3 hours. So I have to complete and rush through some of the things. But I think these were the most important issues that I have heard through the Pradeep sir's workshop that will be kind of burning issues. So anything from your side or any issue or any question, anybody can just ask. Or you can follow us on LinkedIn also. Yeah, go ahead. Somebody was asking.
I would request the participants to share their questions in the chat box. It will be 1 or 2.
If they can raise hand, you can put them the panelists for some minute.
Yes, sure. You can also raise your hand.
If somebody, you can raise your hand, we will make you. They will make you the panelist for round for a question, and so you can ask also, because sometimes they don't want to write, they want to ask. Anybody, or I think almost everybody has left. Yeah, sab so to nahi gaye.
Not at all, sir. The session is very interactive and very helpful. We have a question.
Right, go ahead.
I think. So if a researcher is not able to publish any paper in UGC, in this case, he can go with a peer-reviewed journal to submit his thesis.
Not in Amity. I think not in Amity and not in central universities also. But the Gazette notification of 2018 says that peer-reviewed Champak-Nandan are allowed. So if you are applying in a central university or in other government universities, they will give you that marks for publishing with them. Those are simply peer-reviewed. I say them Champak-Nandan. So you get the marks in getting published in Champak-Nandan also. But with the time, the advent of the awareness amongst all, so they are now checking it, and not everybody will get the degree if it is in not everywhere. You have to have in some of the database. So only peer reviewed won't work because a lot of fraud is going on in only peer reviewed. Anybody can write peer review. So there is a full process as per the COPE guidelines, which Sir has told. The COPE guidelines, you have to follow the peer review process.
Yes, so we do not have, I don't think so we have any more questions, but there are participants who are thanking you for such an informative session. They say that it's super informative and useful.
Right, thank you. Thank you everybody for giving me the time and opportunity. So we usually do this session everywhere. So next one is coming up in Lloyd Business School in Greater Noida on 5th of September. And next one, yesterday we had on Internetin. So these sessions are there. So as and when you have time, you can write to us on the CTFND, or you can follow us on Twitter and you can write there your queries. I'll try to maximize. Everything will be fact-based. Nothing that we tell is 50-50. We're very clear and blunt in our approach.
I'd also like to mention Asika. She says that, sir, this session is very helpful for me. I've taken down notes. Very important session it was. So thank you. And yes, so I think all the participants feel the same. So
yeah, thanks all. I'm also replying to my thanks all. Yeah. I am putting my number so that if you can message me on WhatsApp, I can help you in that. And do not pay anybody. Write to us and wait for 48 hours. We'll get back to you whether to pay, not to pay, what to pay, and how to do it. And I'm also putting that email ID once again. And I'm also putting my official email ID. So you can write to us and we'll give you that information.
So we have another question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if a researcher is not able to publish any paper in UGC, in this case, can he go to peer-reviewed journal? I think I've taken up this.
We have just taken up. We have taken up. So peer-reviewed journals you can go, but it varies from university to university. As per Ruhi ma'am, our research guidelines do not allow peer-reviewed. Only Scopus is there. Unmute करना पड़ेगा मैम आपको.
I think
it's there.
Yes,
it's there. Yeah.
We're done with the questions.
आप PhD student हो मानसी, तो आपको पता होगा कि आपके पास क्या guidelines है.
Yes, I'm just a second semester student, so just very new to the journey of research.
Right. Okay.
Sir, I would like to thank you since we have taken a lot of questions and the session has been very informative, very helpful to each one of us. Since we are all aware how important research ethics and integrity is, but sometimes, researchers unintentionally or intentionally, we fall victims of or we commit, without these rules. So your session has been very helpful you provided us with live examples of how to identify clone journals, predictory journals.
And impact factor also. That's very important,
yes.
Because everybody is getting fooled by the impact factor. So as and when impact factor, Clarivate should be checked.
Yes. So also we got to know the difference between impact factor and site score. And also as a research scholar, we go to Google Scholar. So you share that it does not have has that algorithm to identify the cloned journal. So that was a very important and unique information that we got to know today. So thank you so much, sir, for sharing us your information and taking out the time to be with us today. So Ruhi ma'am, I would invite you to give us the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Mansi. And I'm really grateful to you, Sumit sir. We have spent time together and we had a very, very long and strong relationship. Thank you so much for accepting our request to come here and deliver the expertise you have. And this is something very, very important for all the research scholars and academicians to know where they should publish their research paper. It is very important, and we should never compromise with the academic integrity. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
taking up from your professional and personal commitment and deliver to all the academician and research scholar. I'm thankful to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, the university. Thank you. Thank you, Ragan sir. I think I can see you. Thank you, Rajan sir, for being here to listen to me. You mentored me
Sumit.
in
It was wonderful.
2010.
Wonderful
Right, sir.
seeing you again. Wonderful listening to you also. Thank
Right,
you
sir.
so much, Sumit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dravendra. Thank you. See you soon. I am in Delhi only. I wanted to come to the university, but couldn't come. I will be coming
Okay.
again next month. So I will be meeting you in all you in April.
Okay, sure, sir.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we will begin with the validatory session in 5 minutes. So we'll take a break for 5 minutes. Ma'am, or should we begin? Should we take a break or begin right away?
So take a break of 5 minutes, and then we'll start with the validation.
Okay, sure. So I would request the participants to please remain here. We'll be back in 5 minutes for the validatory session.
A very good afternoon to one and all. I hope everybody has joined back because I am Saima Parvez and I will be starting with the valedictory session. Ruhi ma'am, should we start?
Yes, Saima, we can start.
Okay,
So let's
great.
take 2 minutes to.
Sure, ma'am.
Sir has come. Our respected advisor, sir, is here. So, Saima?
Okay, so we are good to go, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah. So as we all know, to address the growing emphasis on research and innovation, generate and encourage value-driven outcomes, as an academic fraternity, Amity School of Communication, Noida, organized a workshop on research project writing and data analysis, something that is very pertinent, very important for all our research scholars and all the academicians which are around. We need to know, we need to improve the quality of research that we are producing. And this has been said time and again by eminent panelists who have attended or conducted workshops and FDPs. We saw a whooping number of around 1,500 participants who showed interest in our workshop. The aim was to guide young researchers, early academicians on the great possibilities which are there of research and to regain the dearth of knowledge which is there in research domain. So we just wanted to rectify the blueprint of the research scholars, and I think we have done that successfully. So moving forward, I would like to begin with a quotation. May the blessings of this day radiate through your smile, be helpful through your hands, and shine through your heart. So taking this quotation forward, I would like to invite Professor Colonel R.K. Dagan sir to shower us with his blessings and enlighten the minds of budding researchers and fellow participants with the shine of his words of wisdom. Over to you, sir. Sir.
The audio is connecting.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir.
The moment Saima started, she used the first word of research and innovation and protect, my power went off. There's no light in my area. So I had to retune myself to my phone by connecting with 4G. And I hope I am visible as well as audible.
You're perfectly visible and audible, sir. We are just waiting to get the light, the knowledge that we always get from you. So we have been impatient to get that knowledge and wisdom from you, sir.
That is exactly what the technology today is. That I don't know, we are talking about research and innovation, and yet we have a lot of power outages, internet connections, and everything, and hopefully it will improve soon. But first of all, let me extend my heartfelt greetings and compliments to the team ASCO, led by DK and Ruhi, in taking the initiative of organizing a wonderful workshop from 21st to 28th. I hope the dates are correct, for 7 days, in which I see every day. I couldn't join the workshop because of many of the commitments, and to keep myself away for 7 days was not possible. But I intermittently in between used to come in sometimes and as an attendee and see certain things. It's a very, very good initiative, particularly in the present times when there's a total emphasis on research and innovation. In Amity also, we talk about Amity University, a research and innovation-driven university, where we do encourage in Amity particularly. And it's not necessary that Amity, anybody who's studying anywhere has to be encouraged for value-driven outcomes if you want to remain in academics. And today, research and innovation, whether it is in the field of even startups and anything, when we are moving so fast towards technology-driven everything, to organize a workshop of this nature, including project writing and data analysis, is very laudable. I'm sure all those people who attended have benefited a great deal out of it. And I would request Rui or DK to get in touch with Sumit, because he's today one of the leading in giving a talk on research, innovation, fake news. So you can take advantage of his expertise. And I wonder if you can request him to share some of the highlights of the presentation that he gave, which I saw a bit. Now, there are academicians, there are research scholars who attended this workshop for 7 days. And I'm so happy to see that more than 100 people have been participating. Even now, I can see, I think it may be more, 94 is showing, which is a very good sign that people are interested in getting to learn about research, which has got great possibilities for everybody who wants to become an academician. I'm delighted and feel very honored to be a part of this workshop in a very small way. And my heartfelt thanks, firstly, to all the scholars and academicians who attended from all over. I'm sure you have benefited a great deal. And we in Amity School of Communication will be too happy to assist you, help you in case you require any kind of a data input, any kind of assistance. You can always get in touch with Amity School of Communication, and it will be our pleasure. Now, I won't take more time, and I would convey my sincere thanks to all the members of the workshop team who have put in great effort to guide you. As also, I would like to thank all the speakers who came and gave their valuable time to help organize this workshop. My heartfelt gratitude, my sincere thanks to everybody, and I'm sure you enjoyed this workshop for 7 days in as much as Amity School of Communication has enjoyed presenting it to you. Thank you so much, everybody, and my heartfelt blessings for your good luck, for everything that you do in life. God bless you all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. So like I started where your light went off, that your each and every word radiates blessings, radiates wisdom, and it actually enlightens us, everybody, and we need your blessings all the time. So it came true. जैसे चंद शब्दों में बोलते हैं गागर में सागर, so you have done that. आपने गागर में सागर भर दी, और हम लोगों को इतना कुछ in return we got that energy, positivity, and blessings for you from you. So we thank you for that. Thank you so much, sir. So I would like to move ahead, and like every program needs a strong foundation and a vision. So now it's my pleasure to invite the visionaries of this particular workshop, Dr. Ruhi Lal and Dr. Dharmendra sir, to present report of the successful completion of the 7-day workshop. Ma'am, sir.
Thank you so much, Saima, for inviting me to present the report of this workshop. So I would first, I would like to give you the brief about the workshop that we received a huge positive response for this workshop. 1,500 participants who visited the website and attempt to register for the workshop, and successfully 350 participants registered for the workshop. And this registration was from different parts of the globe, including USA, Oman, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nigeria, Philippines, Morocco, Maldives, Liberia, Sudan, Malaysia, Ethiopia, Melbourne, Egypt. And we were so very much surprised and happy to receive such kind of a response for this workshop, which we organized on research project writing and data analysis. So in this workshop, we invited various resource persons from different domains. All are experts from their own area. So I will give the brief summary of the points what were discussed by them. So we started the very first day with Professor Dr. Saad Ahmed Khan from Oman, and he talked about the introduction and structure of a research work from novice to nuanced. And he also talked about the presentation technique, and he discussed about the structure of a research project, how it should be designed, the formulation of research problem, then conceptualization of research design and constructing instrument for data collection and sample, writing research proposal. So he communicated that researcher and academics must reflect on their position, and from novice to beginner to competent authority to proficient and to expert, how this journey will go. And the purpose was to able to give a successful research direction, how to proceed further. He also emphasized on the illustration and narrations and the layout of the research, what are the good layout, bad layout, feature of research. He talked about presentation technique of a research, academic research, how it should be presented. And he talked about different fonts which are used in a research presentation, and title, framing, graph, then simple background. And he talked about the objectives also, how it should be framed, and he explained everything so beautifully, and he guided all of us. The second session was taken by Professor Manish, Dean and Professor, School of International Studies, Central University of Gujarat. He emphasized on problem statement, objective, and developing hypothesis. So he laid down good writing technique, and he also discussed about why we should choose a topic and how it should be selected, research problem statement, and then the difficulty what a researcher faced, the troubling questions, and he emphasized on the objectives as an outcome, and the outcome and creating what are the main features for creating objective and developing hypothesis. So he basically talked about the structure. What is the structure and how you should go about it. The third session was taken by Professor Dr. Subhas Dhulia. He's a professor in Indian Institute of Mass Communication and IGNOU. He was former vice chancellor of University of Uttarakhand. He emphasized on conceptual and theoretical parts of literature review, how to synthesizing sources and writing generalization. He talked about the contextual information and reliability, how it play a very important part in the research. He talked about the importance of identifying research gap in the literature review, focused on extensive reading for literature review, and research should be the utmost goal of a researcher. He focused on the value and selection of topic and the trending topic, the futuristic approach. He emphasized on that, and he also emphasized that it should lie in the future of mankind. The role of social media, how it can be dangerous as information, as the information is massive. And he talked about the research design, also some brief about it and the connecting dynamics. The fourth session, connecting to that, the fourth session was taken by Professor Dr. Tapan Mohanty. He is Dean and Chairperson, Center for Socio-Legal Studies, National Law Institute, University Bhopal, and he started the session with tracing the trajectory of ideas of science, physics, chemistry, biology, explored the human mind. He talked about the concept, he talked about conceptualization, and he talked about various compared various definition and dynamics, subjective to abstract, and he also connect to the society, caste, economics, market, philosophy of dharma, and then justice, and how these concepts are correlated. And when we are formulating the hypothesis, or when we are drawing the conceptual framework, how it should be linked. So he also talked about the theories, various theories. He talked about theory, how these theories are interlinked, and he maintained the theoreticians like Aristotle, Freud, Marx, and he talked about the theoretical, substantial, methodological, dialectical, and critical concept as a master concept to analyze the conceptualization of research, conceptual framework. And he also talked about the constructs for developing theoretical framework. He concluded the session with a valid viewpoint of the various countries, what are the problems they are facing, and in research, we should focus on that for a good research. Connecting to that was taken by Professor Dr. Amrish Saxena, Professor and Director, DME Media School. He talked about research methodology, focusing on qualitative research method. So he emphasized on focus group discussion, and he talked about data collection techniques, focus group discussion, in-depth interview, and different types of focus group discussion and in-depth interview. He also talked about various steps which are involved in focus group discussion, and what are types of interview and how we should conduct that, and data collection steps. And he also talked about how we should analyze data and report, how reports should be made. He also talked about data analyzing and presenting way. And the next session, that was the sixth session, connecting to that in qualitative research method. The theme was research design and approach, qualitative, quantitative, which was taken by Professor Dr. Naveen Kumar Srivastava, head Birla Institute of Management and Technology. And he emphasized on research design and approach, qualitative, quantitative. He talked about the eternal cycle of scientific design, type of reasoning, how to frame a situated research design for a study. He also explained the classification of research design and qualitative, quantitative approach and their aspect and the differences. And he also threw light on exploratory and conclusive research design. Dr. Srivastava explained that hermeneutics approach to understand human phenomenology, which relies on text analysis about a person telling his story. He also discussed common qualitative research tools as focus group interview and in-depth interview, conversation, observation, etc. So the here till date, we till the sixth session, we emphasized more on the method, research design, research data, and more focus on the qualitative data. Further, from session 7 to end, I would like to invite the program director, joint program director of this workshop, Professor Dr. Dharmender Kumar, to present the report.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi. Thank you for the introduction and thanking for the report. So we start with the 7th session, which was taken by Professor Dr. Prasenjit Das Gupta, Professor ICFI University, Faculty of Management Studies in Tripura. He talked about the data collection, deduction of the data, and the anticipatory display of the data. Data interpretation and format are all of the transcription process. He also talked about how the data are complicated. Data must necessarily be minimized during transcription. The discussion was concerning with components of interaction to capture must be made. The qualitative research in transcription, the transcript must be an exact replica of the original. Transcription requirements should be followed regardless of any other consideration. We talked about 7 processes for managing qualitative data. We discussed including story copying, planning and executing a system of cataloging, determining if there is a scarcity, checking for missing data, and constructing a reading procedure. We also discussed coding and emphasis of coding, how crucial it is as a tool in the process of converting raw quality data into communicable information and defining it as a word or brief phrase that symbolically assigns a summit significance. We also provide us with recommendations for qualitative research. We discussed how the researcher must engage with the data in order to create a tab, which would be impossible to produce otherwise if the protocol was not followed, as well as the writing of memos, which we decided as not being done on a set schedule or according to a job allocation system. After that, we have those statistics presentation with Rajneesh Ratna sir from GSCBS, Royal University of Bhutan, on descriptive statistics reliability. Dr. Rajneesh talked about the importance of hypothesis, how to form the hypothesis, the importance of null hypothesis, and importance of writing hypothesis. He also talked about alternate hypothesis, directed about the important tools of data analysis, how to improve research by incorporating important tools of research analysis. She discussed about SPSS and how research can be made of quality and we can improve probability of the answers we are looking for. Next, Professor Deepshikha Kalra, Dean Management Education and Research Institute, discussed about different tests, test of differences, independent sample t-test, ANOVA, paired sample t-test, correlation and regression analysis, to make participants under the process of selection and make the session more interactive. She shared a number of examples of hypotheses and talked about the need for formulating hypotheses. She emphasized upon the steps that one must follow for creation of hypothesis. This is followed by selecting the level of significance, finding the critical reason, selection and appropriate test, calculating the value, obtaining critical test value, and making decisions. She emphasized about parametric test, which assumes a normal distribution of values or a bell-shaped curve, and the non-parametric tests that are used in cases where parametric tests are not appropriate. Further, he explained about univariate analysis and its objectives. Dr. Kalra shared an example of t-test and applying statistical tools to data in the SPSS software to test the level of significance of data and explain the meaning of 95% significance levels. We had another speaker, Dr. Dinesh Babu, Chairperson, Department of Visual Media and Communication, Amrita School of Arts and Science. He talked about hypothesis formation and testing, writing powerful conclusion. He talked and initiated the session by saying that one needs to have a basic understanding of the research mechanism for choosing a topic. One must have more than just an interest, which must be fueled by lots of academic reading. He suggested some of the websites for live audience. He also laid emphasis on good literature review, which holds the key for the formation of problem statement, right, objectives, defined methodology, hypothesis formation and testing. He said hypothesis testing is a systematic procedure for deciding whether the result of a research study support a particular theory which applies to a population. Hypothesis is testing use sample data to evaluate a hypothesis about a population. Finally, talking about conclusion, in a research, he observed the conclusion of a research power is where you wrap up your ideas and leave the reader with a strong final impression. It was several key goals restate the research problem addressed in the paper. Next, we have Professor Dr. Purna Prasad Sharma. He talked about common steps in research, formulating hypothesis, preparation preparing questionnaire on SPSS, measurement variables using statistical tools. Today we have the Professor Dr. Nair, Pradeep Nair. Professor Dr. Pradeep Nair, School of Journalism and Mass Communication, New Media, Central University of Himachal Pradesh.
I think there is a technical.
We can't hear you, sir.
Yeah, there was some connection issue. I lost the internet
Yeah,
connection.
now you're audible, sir.
Okay. I was talking about Dr. Pradeep Nair. We discussed about ethical and unethical aspects of research, misconduct of research and how should one avoid it, importance of UGC listed protocols, role of COPE, how you can avoid the plagiarism and how you can publish your paper, plagiarism and its effects on one's reputation, publication ethics and its issue, plagiarism, data error, duplication, image manipulation, predatory journals. And also we have Professor Dhanpati Sharma from Bhutan University. He discussed about the language of writing, importance of tenses in abstract and report writing. And last but not the least, we have Professor Sumit Narola from Gwalior University. He today talked about how to identify clone and predatory journals, how to detect clone and predatory journals, how to publish your paper in different Scopus journals, UGC case journals, how to finalize the citation, how to see the journal is not clone. All those things have been presented today. Thank you so much, Simon.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Ruhi ma'am. I could actually see the beam of happiness and satisfaction on the face of Ruhi ma'am, and in fact, sir, also, like when your child actually does well, and after all that hard work, you're very satisfied. So that satisfaction is very well visible. And you actually managed to do a workshop which started from how to write and ended on how to publish your paper. So you've included everything, right from hypothesis to methodologies to writing of abstract, SPSS, qualitative research, quantitative research. So it was such a holistic workshop which you people have organized, and we as research scholars are immensely thankful and full of gratitude for that. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. So now moving forward, as it is said that research is seeing what everybody else has seen and thinking what nobody else has thought. So now inviting Assistant Director of Research, ESCO, Dr. Jolly Jose, who has always been the guiding light in making the journey of research scholars fruitful and meaningful. Ma'am, we would like to hear a few words from you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
And a warm welcome to each and everyone to this concluding program of the 7-day long. When I say long, it is pretty long journey. And it's not an entertaining journey. And the title is research, and itself is a heavy thing. Yes, and intellectually engaging. First of all, I would like to congratulate all participants taking out your time. And now you are becoming MITian. You'll get a certificate from MIT, and you're part of us very much. I want to congratulate the organizing team, that is Dr. Ruhilal, and also Professor Dharmendra Kumar, who's part of the consortium of ESCO MIT, and the whole team work behind the faculty coordinating. We have a very strong research scholars friend in the back of it, and you can see Saima with a very vibrant researcher, and the Vice Chancellor's office, which directly monitor and guide this program, and been constantly supporting to build the quality of research in Amity, and very specifically the Amity School of Communication. And when we look at research, we speak a lot about research and how to bring this quality into our day-to-day learning, in our teaching, and research, make research as our culture. This is our challenge. And ASCO has taken up this challenge to build this culture to our system and to spread it to others. So thank you for participating in many parts of this world, and from different backgrounds, like research scholars, the beginners, and there are advanced people in research, and an eminent team who has been the torch bearers of the research searchers had been here in this platform. So that is the beauty of bringing many people from multiple grounds, from concepts to theoretical grounding to practically guiding. And there are a lot of discussion has taken place, a lot of explanation as being brought into this ground that gave a lot of value addition to every knowledge searcher, specifically in the form of research in communication and related media. I want to appreciate everyone. I want to affirm your role in the field of research, and I also welcome a continuing and ongoing network from each and every one. We are all in one platform building knowledge, and a faculty, or specifically a faculty in research, means adding two types of values. One is bringing knowledge in the general platform, and secondly, to the young generation, which adds a lot of value to the young one and the learning scale. And once again, I wanted to appreciate all of you for completing this, and affirm my very strong faculty team and the scholars who have organized this important workshop, for all of us to be part of that. And also our IT team was doing a wonderful job in coordinating and bringing everybody into this platform. And a lot more of adjustment has to be made when some faculty take out the time and to be there, and all the ASCO team to make it a successful one. And wish you all a very, very best. And we also invite you to be our upcoming international conference, which that is the vivid expression of in reality we continue to build together. That's on 29th and 30th of March. And the call of the paper is already there. And I welcome all of you once again, and thank you, and wish you all the very best to my wonderful team behind you.
Thank you so much, Jolly ma'am. Ma'am has always been the guiding light and always have been hand holding the research scholars. And actually, we are getting to know the value addition that after talking to ma'am, the takeaway that we have is actually a value addition in our entire journey, and will be a value addition in our upcoming journey. So we are, and we shall always be thankful to Jolly ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. So now I would like to hear, as we say in journalism, direct from horse's mouth. So let me invite some participants to give their feedback. So the participants who would like to give the feedback, because it is ultimately you who can show us the mirror. So I would like to invite the participants to give us their feedback about their journey of this 1 week long workshop. Any participant who's there who would like to share his or her experience with us?
Please raise a hand and write your.
Yes, ma'am. Can unmute yourself?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, Juhi, you're audible.
Thank you so much, Saima. And thank you to everybody, to the esteemed faculty as well, and the speakers and the entire team. You brought on people who have a vast experience of theory and practice in this field. And as researchers, our simplest goal, the simplest thing that we want is to have clarity in the research process, in the language we use, in how to use statistical tools, and how to keep true to our visions we started out with. And equally important, what we did today is publishing our articles and our papers. And this workshop covered about everything, every aspect. The speakers brought their theoretical perspectives and the personal advice that they came to us. That's not there in the books, and it's invaluable. They all offered that we can get in touch with them later. Even sir said that we can publish something, he will give us contacts, which is so nice, which is such a great thing to do. And no matter how far we all are placed, we all found a common ground, because at the heart of research, as they say, is observation. So this was like the best platform to observe. So thank you so much to all the organizers, and they were sending us promptly all the feedback forms, and we have also been sent material by the speakers. And I want to totally thank Amity School of Communication above all. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Juvi. So our chat box is full of compliments for the workshop that has been held. I think we all can read them. So everybody is just appreciating the wonderful sessions which have been organized, the holistic workshop which it was. And I am absolutely in agreement with each word that has been written in the chat box and everything that Juhi said right now. If there is one more participant who would like to add something, we can take up that participant, maybe. Or if you have written everything in the chat box, then we can move ahead.
We have Radhika.
We have Radhika. Okay, sir. Then we can have Radhika. Radhika, please go ahead.
Hi, a very good evening, everyone. I'm extremely thankful to the whole team of Amity School of Communication for organizing such an interactive and detailed workshop for all the researchers and new scholars. Actually, I am new to the research field. I have just joined in my course, and such an interactive and informative workshop will be such a use to me. The well-explained concepts of data collection techniques, be it in qualitative or quantitative techniques, the ethical ways of conducting research, and the deep understanding of plagiarism will be something I would actually take forward with me and will help me conduct a better research in future. So I'm extremely thankful to all the teachers and the research persons and the resource persons who have been a part of this workshop and have provided us with such an detailed concepts and information. So thank you so much for such an interactive workshop. It was really helpful.
Thank you, Radhika. It is absolutely right that we complete the half of the journey of our research and we do not know about plagiarism. We do not know about citations. So something that you have understood at the beginning of your research will help you in your entire journey. So I would like to thank all the participants. Without you, this entire workshop would not have been possible. So you are the pillar of our strength, our support, our motivation to conduct many more workshops for everybody. So moving ahead, I would like to once again invite Dr. Ruhi Lal and Dr. Dharmender sir for the closing remarks of the ceremony.
Yes. Thank you so much, Saima, for inviting me to present the closing remark. So it's been a pleasure being all of you today. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. It's been an honor to be among such accomplished individuals, the academicians, the research scholars, to present the closing remark before all of you. So I would like to thank you for patiently listening to all the sessions which were conducted by the resource person, and for your, most importantly, I would like to thank all the participants for your inputs, for your ideas, for your questions, which actually helped to understand things in a better way, as it was in a workshop mode. That is the practical session. And here the question answer played a very, very important role. The way you have participated, you have asked questions, and your discussion, that is the reason for the success of this workshop. So I'm very happy that in last 7 days, we have exceeded even my most optimistic expectations in all the respects. So thank you all for your participation. Thank you for coming to Amity School of Communication, attending this workshop, and we will come with more such workshop and provide you the knowledge as much as possible. So I would like to invite Professor Dharmender to give the closing remark.
Thank you, Ruhi. So, thank you all for participating on this workshop and giving such a huge response. We never expected such a huge response from all of us, but yes, we got it. And at the end, we are finally concluding this 1 week workshop, 7 days workshop. And I hope there are a lot of learnings you have gained from this workshop in different sessions by different resource persons. And we like to be associated with you in future so that we can have more sessions like this. And we like, if in case you need some more topics in different field of areas, you can put on chat box, or our mail ID and contact numbers are given to you. You can send to us so that you can, if you are planning future sessions, we can incorporate that in future sessions. So thank you so much for all of your supports and being such an active participants for all the sessions. Thanks a lot.
The energy and positivity which Ruhi ma'am and sir is radiating right now, I'm sure we are workshops to actually chisel our skills of becoming a better researcher, a better scholar, a better academician in future. So lastly, I would like to end, and I would like to invite with one quotation. The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. So with this quotation, I would like to invite Dr. Zakia to give vote of thanks. Ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Samia. I hope I am audible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am. Very much audible and visible, ma'am.
Thank you, Saima. So a very good evening to all the participants and everybody, all the senior members present in the valediction of the workshop. The 7-day workshop on research project writing and data analysis organized by Amity School of Communication became possible due to the blessings of our Honorable Founder President, Sir Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan, Honorable Chancellor, Sir Dr. Atul Chauhan, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, and our very own from Amity School of Communication, Professor Colonel R.K. Dargan, Sir, Advisor, Amity School of Communication. I would like to extend my thanks to the program directors, Dr. Ruhi Lal, Head Student Support, and Professor Dr. Dharmender Kumar, Head Examination and Assessment. I would also like to thank the organizing core team members, Dr. Rubaid Ashfaq. I was also part of the organizing team. And also to mention the PhD scholars of Amity School of Communication. The core team members are Mansi Singh and Shweta Katyal. And then I would like to extend my thanks to the all the resource person of the workshop, who due to their despite their busy schedule, they have made time to be part of the workshop and to enlighten us with and the participants with various nuances, pros and cons of the research, data analysis. Each and every part of research was touched, although it was a program, it was a workshop of 7 days, but it was like a crash course for all of us. A lot of things we have learned within the all the sessions, 14 sessions, 7 days. It was really the takeaway was really very good, and I give my thanks to all the resource person. Although Ruhi ma'am and Dharmender sir has very elaborately spoken on the report. So not taking much of your time, I would like to mention few people without whose contribution the workshop would not have been possible. So here I would like to thank the moderators of all the 14 sessions, which comprises of the faculty members and the PhD scholars. To name the faculty members, first it's Dr. Poonam Gaur, Ms. Nipunika Shahid, Dr. Priya Sachdeva, Ms. Poonam Mahajan, and research scholars of Amity School of Communication, to start with Devika Chibbar, Saima Parvez, Akshat Chopra, Juhi Baveja, Neha Mishra, Radhika Vaidya, Arushi Singh. I really thank all of you being a new joinee and became part of Amity School of Communication and give your extended help to us to organize this workshop. I really thank all of you for joining hands with us, with the faculty members, with the core team members, and make the event successful. Also, to name and to mention here, the workshop was a huge success due to the large number of participants we have. It's 1,500 registrations already done and 350 participants from a large number of countries across the globe. Ruhi ma'am already mentioned it. To name a few, it's the United States of America, Oman, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Philippines, Maldives, just to name a few. So it's a really mesmerizing experience, all these 7 days, which gave us a lot of insights, a lot of information. If you go through the videos, I think it will give us, again, some beautiful insights if we have forgotten some of the important and good points which are mentioned in the various sessions. So it was really a great takeaway for all of us. I would like to extend my thanks to the consortium members, specifically Dr. Jolly Jose, the Assistant Director of Amity School of Communication, Head Research. And I would like to thank Professor Dr. Mehak Jonjua, who is Deputy Assistant Director, Amity School of Communication Academics. So the workshop really ended with a very positive note, and we would like to, organize such more, academics-related, academic-centric events. We are looking forward to organize more of conferences, workshops, seminar. So I would like to extend thanks to all the participants, all the participants, senior members of Amity School of Communication, Amity University present here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So at the end, to wrap up the valedictory session, I would just like to say that let's make learning, we should make it a skill and not a choice. Let's just inculcate it within ourselves that we need to learn more, and not be satisfied, because there is always a dearth of knowledge, there is always dearth of learning. So let's just aim and strive to get that knowledge and get that learning from wherever we can. And Amity School of Communication, I'm sure, is always there, always on stride to provide you with platforms where this knowledge is available to you, to make it available to you. And in the words of Robert Frost, there are miles to go before I sleep. So don't sleep, don't be content, don't be satisfied. Strive harder, work harder. And Amity School of Communication is there to provide you with platforms of knowledge and learning. So with this, I would like to wrap up the session. Thank you, everybody, one and all who joined, the participants, our teachers, our academicians, everybody. Thank you so much.